Umombizi bora wa mama, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Zibora wa mama nuyanza, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Zibora wa mama nuyanza, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Umombizi wa mama, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Umombizi wa mama, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Zibora wa mama nuyanza, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Zibora wa mama nuyanza, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Umombizi wa mama, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Umombizi wa mama, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Zibora wa mama nuyanza, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Zibora wa mama nuyanza, hapa kwangu ndayanza. Egonga buso, Zibora gonga buso. Gonga 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 buso, ekwaya 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 gonga buso. Gonga buso, wafanyikazi 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 gonga buso. Gonga buso, viongozi 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 gonga buso. Gonga buso, ediji 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 gonga buso. Awo iye ha. Awo iye ha. Abere bahuro mule ripalako. Abere bakusebe ripala. Awo iye ha. Awo iye ha. Abere bahuro mule ripalako. Abere bakusebe ripala. Suo. Awo iye ha. Awo iye ha. Abene bahuro mule ripalako. Abene bakusebe ripala. Awo iye ha. Awo iye ha. Abene bakusebe ripalako. Abene bakusebe ripala. Suo. Suo. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima.
Tusimame wote tafadhali, tujoroshe misuli kidogo. Daima
Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha.
kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha.
Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha.
Haya, tunapiga makofi sote. Piga makofi.
Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya ni mama yetu, tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi.
Haya, kila mtu.
Mimi ni mwana
Unainua
Kenya
mkono.
daima, na nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, sitasaliti Kenya nchi yangu. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, sitadanganywa kamwe na wageni. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Wenzangu, wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda daima.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Taifa letu linasonga mbele, kushuhudia pembe zote Kenya, leo kote kote Kenya. linasonga mbele.
Nyumba za bei nafuu
twashuhudia pembe zote Kenya.
Viwanda vyetu vinafufuliwa,
taifa letu linasonga mbele. Viongozi wetu,
juhudi
zenu zimejenga Kenya. Mfano na umoja daima na nawiri. Viongozi wetu,
juhudi
zenu zimejenga Kenya. Mfano na umoja daima na nawiri.
hakuna mwanzi twasherekea.
Usawa kote tunashuhudia, sasa kila Mkenya apata huduma.
Taifa twasherekea.
Usawa kote tunashuhudia, sasa kila Mkenya apata huduma.
Sekta ya elimu twasherekea.
Usawa kote tunashuhudia, sasa kila Mkenya apata huduma.
Elimu sasa imeboreshwa.
Usawa kote tunashuhudia, sasa kila Mkenya apata huduma.
Shukuru rais wetu
Kwa mfumo mpya wa bottom-up agenda umewafaidisha wengi nchini.
twashuhudia mabadiliko.
Usawa kote tunashuhudia, sasa kila Mkenya apata huduma.
Shukuru Mwenyezi Mungu
Kutupa Kenya nchi yenye rutuba, nchi yenye rasilimali, yenye mali nyingi.
tena twasema asante Mungu
Kwa kutujalia amani kati yetu, sasa taifa letu linasonga mbele. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha mwenendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha mwenendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii.
vijana wetu tuwaelimishe.
Hatari za madawa ya kulevya na hasara maishani mwao.
Malezi bora tuyazingatie.
Jukumu letu wazazi tukatekeleze. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha mwenendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha mwenendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii.
Sote tunasema
Tasema no litanawiri, tukiajibika sote.
Elimu na afya nzuri ni haki yake apewe.
Taifa litanawiri, tukiajibika sote.
Tukatae ukatili, haki zetu tuzilinde.
Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo.
Wanaume, wanawake, vijana hata watoto.
Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo.
Uso yetu na aiwe usawa kwa kila mtu.
Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo.
Tushirikiane sote, tujenge udugu wema.
Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo.
Umoja wetu,
The future of a nation. The future of a nation.
udugu wetu.
The future of a nation. The future of a nation.
Na uwiano.
The future of a nation. The future of a nation.
Thank you so much for your silent claps. We appreciate you so much. Asanteni sana.
Jerusalema, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalema, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo.
Na kuita Mwokozi kwa upole, Yesu jongea, unikinge na mwovu ibilisi, Baba niondolee. Nilalapona hata nakimbizwa, Yesu jongea, ndoto chafu, mawazo na matendo, Baba niondolee. Nishinde majaribu, niondolee piga mizingira, nitakuishi. Nipe ujasiri, nishinde majaribu, niondolee piga mizingira, nitakuishia. Yapanguze machozi na kilio, wajapo panga yao, Baba niondolee. Na watume malaika kulinda, Yesu jongea, watu wako wakinge na maovu, Baba niondolee. Nipe ujasiri, nishinde maadui, majaribu niondolee. Nishinde majaribu, niondolee piga mizingira, nitakuishia. Mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, anaishi leo. Mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, anaishi leo. Adui wajapo panga yao, maovu wapate niangamie, kimbilio langu ni Yesu, msaada wangu kweli. Ndiye baba wa yatima, ndiye mume wa wajane, mtetezi wa wanyonge, ni wakili wako kweli. Mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, anaishi leo. Mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, anaishi leo. Ajua unyonge wangu, ajua na tabu zangu, ulinzi wake wa bure, takulinda Bwana mwema. Atalinda mali yako, takulinda uendapo, tatetea nyumba yako, ni wakili wako kweli. Mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, anaishi leo. Mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, mtetezi wangu ni Yesu, anaishi leo. Yesu anaishi leo. Yesu anaishi leo. Yesu anaishi leo. Yesu anaishi leo.
Wapigieni makofi, wapigieni makofi. Thank you so much. Kenya Population and Development Conference.
One, two.
The Kenya Population and Development Conference Choir. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please clap for them?
Asanteni kwa hawa makofi kwa sababu walikuwa wamelalamika. You were giving them silent claps. Please, tusirudie tena. Tusirudie. Tuwashangilie jamani mara moja tena.
Asante sana. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Haven't you had breakfast? You haven't. Don't worry. You'll have some breakfast. But we have to do what has brought here, at least for some few minutes. Is that so, Isabel?
Yes.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to this Kenya Population and Development Conference 2025. My name is Norman Mudibo, an award-winning business journalist and anchor, formerly with NTV, Nation Media Group, currently working or dispensing wisdom as a communication advisor to CEOs, boards of directors, cabinet secretaries, and because of seeing PS here, I think now you know. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be your MC for the remainder of this conference, and I'm very excited to be here and to listen to what is going to be shared here.
Asante Mudibo. I am Isabella Mogodi, your co-MC for the next 3 days. Thank you for bringing your great minds here today. We really appreciate this congregation of scientific researchers, data analysts, population experts. I hear there are so many terms that will be flying around, but we are going to be demystifying that. I am a journalist also with a decade spanning 20 years in Kenya, East Africa, and Europe. At the moment, I'm with BBC Africa, and I'm also a communication consultant, varying in various areas of practice, including this one. We want to also welcome those who are watching us virtually from the comfort of their homes, from their offices. We are glad to have you. Before we continue, definitely, we need to invite the presence of God, because who are we without God? Therefore, I will invite our spiritual leaders for this morning. Mohammed Abdullah Swale, and then he'll be followed by Bishop Paul Nganga to officially open for us with a word of prayer. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much. As the man of God, or Allah as they call it, comes down, would want to ensure that the next speaker also, or someone who will lead us in prayer, also is ready so that we are able to move pretty quickly. We have started 1 hour late and we need to recoup on some time. Please proceed.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord, the sustainer, and the creator of the entire universe. The merciful, the compassionate, the master of the day of recompense. You alone do we worship, and you alone do we turn for help. Guide us to the straight and crooked path, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your grace, not the way of those who earned your anger, nor of those who went astray. O Allah, we have gathered together this beautiful morning. We ask you for the goodness of this day and the days that come after it. And we seek refuge in you from the evil of this day and of the days that come after it. Thank you very much, O Allah, for the blessings of life bestowed on all of us gathered here and those within our country. O Allah, we thank you dearly. We thank you very much for the manifold bounties bestowed on this great nation. O Allah, send thy peace to our country, which is perfect and everlasting, that our souls may radiate peace. Send thy peace, O Allah, that we may be contented and be thankful for thy bountiful gifts. O Allah, give wisdom to our leaders and citizens so that we may and can advance peace. O Allah, give the NCPD's leadership the courage, strength, and insight to take it to greater heights in their mandate and obligations. We beseech you to be with them and enable them manage the council efficiently so that we as a nation excel. O Allah, bestow on all wisdom and blessings so that we can advance excellence for the betterment of our citizens. We pray and ask for your continuous support and blessings upon the nation. O Allah, bless everyone's life from this day on with goodness and love. Help us to stay true to our dreams, to use our gifts of life wisely, and to walk into the future with faith, hope, and great love. O Allah, make us mutually benefiting one another as a united family of this great nation and benefit the nation and the world at large. O Allah, provide us with joy as we go on with the lineup of the remaining activities for the day and make its conclusion wonderful. This is our meek supplication, and we are sure of a positive answer from you, O ever-living one, O everlasting one. By your mercy, we beseech your aid. Finally, we supplicate to you to guide us all to the straight and crooked path and bestow on us your grace. Amen.
God is good, and all the times. Mungu ni mwema, na kila wakati. Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, as we step into this hall today, we acknowledge that you alone, you are the powerful and everlasting God. We give you many thanks because of who you are. We also give you thanks because of your love upon our lives. Thanks for the care, protection, and provision. O Lord, as we gather here today for the 3-day seminar, we pray for your wisdom, order our steps, and direct our hearts towards what is right. May your presence go with us, and may your powerful hand be upon everything we shall do. We pray that you strengthen us in moments of weaknesses and fill us with peace that surpasses all understanding. O God, we pray that you let your favor surround us like a shield. We also commit our families back home and wherever they are unto your hands, that you are going to protect them from any harm. You are going to keep them safely. And as we go back home, God, we are going to glorify your name because we are going to find them safely where they are. We commit this nation before you, our beloved nation, Kenya, and all our leaders and the whole of the government. We know that you are God who loves this country, and we pray that you are going to protect all the boundaries and all the borders of this nation. Also, we commit our team of facilitators upon your able hands, as they are going to teach us. Give them wisdom and good communication and all the skills that they are necessary, especially when teaching. And when the conference will end, let there be a testimony of goodness and success. This we pray, believing in your mighty holy name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Asante sana, we are a prayerful nation. And before we start off, it is always advisable that we put anything and everything that we're going to do and discuss here before God. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to be here and also honored to have some key individuals who will share with us issues to do with population development, and they will be here also to guide us towards a brighter and more accessible and more sustainable future. Today's discussions, ladies and gentlemen, will demystify and set the stage for critical conversation about youth bulge, demographic dividend, and human capital development. Of course, later on, we shall be having breakout sessions, at least starting this after the tea break, for those who have not had tea. Then these breakout sessions in the different thematic areas that I've just alluded to will continue tomorrow and also Wednesday before we can wrap it up later on in the evening. But before we call the keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to call the Director General of the KPDC, Dr. Mohamed Sheikh. Karibu sana.
Our keynote speaker for this morning, our peers for the State Department of Public Service and Human Capital, Mr. Amos Gadecha. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I know I'm told you have not taken breakfast, but breakfast will be served after this. I want you to say hi to your neighbor. Just say hi. Hi. Yeah? Let's relax. Yeah? We're going to talk about population and development matters. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Kenya Population and Development Conference 2025. This is the first time we're doing a conference of this kind. I know we have held many conferences on population matters, but this one is a national conference. We have invited guests from some countries, but this is the conference that we want to have after every 2 years to take stock of population matters. But before I go into my speech, I want to recognize the presence of our peers who is going to be our keynote speaker on human capital this morning. But we also have, apart from our invited distinguished guests, we have our partners who are here. I'm told there is Beth Kagwana, who is the CEO of Pop Council. She's going to make remarks late in the day. Alfred Agwanda, he is our host this morning. He's there. If you see she's around, but she will also join us in the process. Gabriel Lubale, who is the Director for Immigration. Gabriel, you're here? Yes, Gabriel Lubale. We have Dr. Sheila Masharia from FP 2030. Very welcome. Professor Bitak Jangi from TUM University. Francis Onyango, who is going to be our moderator this morning. Catherine Njoroge, who is also from State Department of Public Service. Anthony Munyange, I think from APHRC, and Jacqueline Koma from NEA. And also we have our partners from the South-South Cooperation. Patrick, are you around? Patrick, yes, Patrick. Jumba is there. He's from Uganda, but he's also joining us this morning. Our peers, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for joining us this morning. They will have a change of program. This, I think, will be communicated later. Our opening session will be done today at around between 2 and 3 p.m. by the CS. But right now, we are going to have a keynote speech on human capital from our peers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to say good morning and Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. I am greatly delighted and honored to welcome you all to the Kenya Population and Development Conference 2025. I extend my gratitude to all stakeholders present today, including our esteemed guests from across the Africa region and those joining us virtually. We have a whole team who are not able to join us physically. They are on virtual line. I sincerely appreciate your dedication, collaborations, commitment to advancing population and development agenda. Your presence, both in person and online, reflects our shared commitment to shaping a sustainable and prosperous future for our nation and the continent at large. The National Council of Population and Development is privileged to host this historic conference that brings together experts, researchers, think tanks, policymakers, and program implementers to drive forward the population and development agenda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Council provides leadership on all matters related to population and development in the country. Since its establishment in 1982, NCPD has played a pivotal role in ensuring that population issues remain central to our national development agenda. NCP mandate includes, among others, conduct research and analyze population issues and develop policies relating to population matters. Mobilize support for population program, including coordination and implementation of different organizations. Assess the impact of population programs and make recommendations arising from such assessment. Identify and advise on population issues that may not be adequately or appropriately dealt with by the government. Also create public awareness on population and development issues in Kenya and also act as advocacy arm of the government to undertake advocacy activities aimed at achieving support on population and development concern. Ladies and gentlemen, our peers, over the years, Kenya has successfully implemented 4 population policies. The first one was in 1984, Sessional Paper Number 4 on Population Policy Guidelines, which laid the foundation for integrating population factors into development planning. The second was in 1994 on National Population Policy for Sustainable Development, which reinforced Kenya's commitment to implementing the ICPD Program of Action of 1994. The third one was the 2012 Sessional Paper Number 3 on Population Policy for National Development, aimed at addressing demographic challenges to foster economic growth. And the last one, which we just launched last year, Part 1, was the most recent policy, the 2023 Sessional Paper Number 1 of the Kenya Population Policy for Sustainable Development, which aligns with the Kenya Vision 2030 and the SDGs. Its goal is to attain the high quality of life for the population of Kenya that is secure, healthy, broadly educated, trained, and empowered for sustainable development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our peers, through these policies, the country has registered a notable achievement, including improved life expectancy, reduction in fertility, mortality, and population growth. The improvement in contraceptive uptake and the subsequent decline in fertility rate has changed the population structure. Despite the remarkable progress, several challenges have undermined these efforts. These include the trajectory of socioeconomic and health impact of the pandemic, the growing concern of an aging population, the youth, unemployment, migration, urbanization, humanitarian crisis, climate changes, conflict, decrease in financing and funding cuts for the population program. Ladies and gentlemen, on other emerging and continuing population and development issues in the country include the role of changing age structure, the positive role of urbanization in development, migration, governance, humanitarian emergencies, and disaster risk response. With the changing demographics, the future discussions will be shifting from the number to the quality of our population. The focus will not be to control the numbers, but to improve the livelihood of the people to ensure they live a quality life. The proportion of children being born is declining, the number of working age population is increasing, and with increase in life expectancy, the number of elderly people is also increasing. The country, therefore, must respond with appropriate policy and programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is experiencing a shift in population dynamics. The West, which is facing declining population, an aging population, and Africa, which is having a very youthful and increasing population. So there's those two dynamics, and as a country, we must be in touch with the current situation. And that's why this conference is coming at this time, so that at least we educate Kenyans on population matters. It's not about the numbers, it's about the quality of the numbers. So ladies and gentlemen, the conference comes at a crucial time, providing a forum to assess the progress, identify gaps, share experience, and learn from the best practice in addressing emerging population challenges while strengthening the policies for sustainable development. This gathering is thus an important platform to revisit our commitments made during the 1994 conference of Cairo Conference and our ICPD Plus 25 Nairobi Summit that was held in 2019 here, particularly as we strive to accelerate the progress toward achieving the SDGs by 2030. Equally, we must align our strategies with the long-term aspirations outlined in the African Union Agenda of 2063, the Africa we want, ensuring that our population policies drive sustainable development, economic growth, and social well-being. It's also an opportunity to identify alternative financial resources for the implementation of the policy in review of the dwindling financial support, particularly from the development partners. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our peers, this conference serves as a pivotal platform, bridging significant milestones in global population and development discourse, reflecting on the 30th anniversary of the 1994 Conference on Population and Development, commemorated last year. The conference offers an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment made in the Cairo 1994. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Population and Development Conference is building on the theme, Navigating the Future, Population Dynamics and Sustainable Development in Kenya. It provides a dynamic forum to explore on key population and development challenges and opportunities under 9 thematic areas. So this is what we're going to discuss for these 3 days. Population and development, to explore the intersections between population trends and sustainable development. Fertility and sexual reproductive health, to address family planning, maternal health, and reproductive health. Population health and well-being, ensuring access to healthcare and improving the quality of life. Mobility, migration, and urbanization, examining the internal and the cross-border migration and their impact on urban planning. And then the other one is environment and climate change, to understand how demographic trends influence environmental sustainability. Population data, research, and innovation is another topic we're going to leverage on technology and data for informed policy making. We're also going to look at population policy and programs implementation to share lessons learned, innovations, and best practices. Kenya is a trailblazer on population and development program, and we want to share this program with other African countries, but also learn from other African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, gender and population dynamics is something that we cannot leave out, so also we're going to address the issue of gender disparities and their influence on development. We're also going to look at the youth bulge, which is a big concern for our nation, in harnessing the potential of a Kenyan youth population for economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, our peers, the Council is planning to establish a center of excellence in population and development that will serve as a critical platform to leverage in innovations, research, knowledge sharing, and showcase the best practices. The COE will harness the power of digital technologies and creative economy to address population challenges, promote inclusive development, and drive economic growth. It will also be an avenue to share achievements made by NCPD with other developing countries in population and development and showcase successful experience. The Center of Excellence is our dream project, which we are planning to have a center that is going to be a center that where Africa and other countries will come and learn from Kenya on issues of population matters. PS, the insight and the resolution from the Kenya conference are poised to influence the upcoming 58th session of the Commission on Population and Development, scheduled for April this year. The CPD session will deliberate on global population and development issues, and outcomes from Nairobi conference are expected to provide valuable regional perspective, ensuring that the global agenda remains responsive to diverse demographic realities. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the conference will not have been possible without your collective contributions, and I want to give a special appreciation to Population Council. I know Dr. Bett, are you here? The Population Council, Dr. Ari there, you can wave your hand. Thank you very much for your support. Our UNFPA team, RHNK, I know they are not here, APHRC, Lawala Community Alliance, you're here. Faith to Action, PS Kenya, ICRHK for making the conference successful through their invaluable financial support. PS, you saw the booths there. Those are the partners who are presenting, and they're doing a lot of programs at the county level. PS, as we engage in discussions over the next few days, and our partners and our distinguished guests here, I urge all participants to actively contribute towards shaping strategies that will ensure Kenya's population policies remain relevant and impactful. The Council envisages holding biannual population development conference to address issues of population matters. Only not going to address, but also to assess the progress, but also to address the contemporary population and development issues. With those few remarks, I want to take this opportunity again to welcome you to this 3-day conference, and thank you very much. May God bless you. With that, I want to acknowledge the presence of my board members. Our chair could not join us this morning. With us, I know our CS and our PS will introduce them, but we have Parfin Sigay, who is our board member. Parfin, you can stand, please. Thank you very much. Our board member, James Kimonye, and also Salat, who represents Sukim. Asanteni sana. With those, I want to take this opportunity, and we welcome our peers in a special way, because he took his time, a busy time, to come and join us this morning to give us a keynote on human capital. And we picked human capital, particularly peers, because this is where we want to see how we can harness the youth. 75% of our population are below the age of 35 years. And this population will continue for the next 50 years, that this youth population will still exist. But again, we need to look at our population. As much as we have this very youthful population, there is again increasing, because of increased life expectancy, increasing numbers of an elderly population. When we got independence, our elderly persons above the age of 64 years were only 200,000. Today we are talking about almost 6 million people. And the next few years, that population also increased. So we may have a combination of a very youthful population, a child-based population, but at the same time an elderly population. And that's why today talking about the human capital is very important. That's why I invited our PS, our public service and human capital, to give us an address, a keynote on this topic. PS, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to make remarks and address the team. Please, let's stand up to welcome our PS, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You may sit. Dr. Mohamed Sheikh, the Director General, National Council for Population and Development, council members, and the chair in absentia, who is also my good friend, General Karangi. Participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm actually very delighted to be here today. In this compound, I joined the University of Nairobi in 1986 and left in 1989. And this is the first time I'm coming to do an official function in my former university. I'm very, very grateful. But I also came back in 2007 to do my master's in the same university. So I'm honored to join you today during this important forum on population and development. I extend my gratitude to the organizers for considering me as a key speaker on this critical topic, navigating the future, population dynamics, and sustainable development in Kenya. This theme of the conference provides us with an invaluable opportunity to share knowledge
as we reflect on the nexus between population and development, especially at this critical juncture when our country continues to experience a high population growth. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics report of 2019, census report of 2019, 47.6 million people, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, this 2019 census enumerated 47.6 million people, with projections estimating a population of 53.3 million in 2025, and we're already in 2025, 57.8 million in 2030, and 82.6 million in 2050. That is an exponential growth if we maintain that path. It is worth noting that a large population is not necessarily bad. Larger populations contribute to larger workforce, which spurs economic expansion and promotes sustainable development. A large population means a higher number of human resources. It also leads to innovation due to rapid urbanization. Larger populations also provide large markets for goods and services, which contribute to economic growth. It is equally important to note that no one country has ever reached high income levels with low urbanization. Population growth increases density, and together with rural-urban migration, this creates higher urban agglomeration. And this is critical for achieving sustainable growth because large urban centers allow for innovation and increase economies of scale. However, where population growth is not matched by proper planning, it is likely to cause increasing pressure on natural resources, social services, housing, and infrastructure, leading to rising unemployment and environmental strains. Ladies and gentlemen, a rapid growing population is also likely to hinder human capital development and overall development by straining resources allocated towards provision of essential services such as education and healthcare, leading to lower quality education, less access to healthcare, and ultimately limiting the potential of the workforce. This is likely to result in a vicious cycle where we have a less skilled population which is struggling to contribute to economic growth, further exacerbating development challenges. Despite the challenges, ladies and gentlemen, the government continues to ensure that a growing population translates into a productive workforce with the necessary capabilities to contribute to economic growth and social advancement. This is being realized through policies promoting access to quality education, early childhood development initiatives, vocational training programs tailored to meet the various market demands. I hope the PS for education will also get an opportunity to come and address, because some of these things are very critical in terms of the quality of population that we are going to get. It's determined by the quality of education that you give them. Having stated the above, it is important to look at population as human capital. Human capital comprises of the skills, the training, experience, education, information, know-how, and competencies that human beings provide to an organization. People are the most dynamic resource among all the resources of an organization. When human capital increases in areas such as science, education, and management, it leads to increases in innovation, social well-being, equality, increased productivity, and improved rates of participation, all of which contribute to the economic growth. Human capital development is therefore paramount if we are to achieve high rates of economic growth as a country. We need to strategically invest in our population to achieve high levels of knowledge, skills, competencies, and abilities. A more knowledgeable manpower is critical for both domestic and external markets. Human capital development is therefore important for not only optimizing organizational success and performance, but equally for attainment of national development goals. Organizations where public or private exist within a business environment that is highly competitive, arising from technological advancement, globalization, and customer demand for quality, effective and efficient service delivery. Organizations that do not do well are those that develop capabilities and competencies of their most critical resource, that is the people, to create sustainable value for their clientele. To this end, our institutions of higher learning should partner with private sector and industry to ensure skills and knowledge impacted on learners address current demands of the market and the needs of the future. I think this is a discussion that can take a whole day on how higher institutions of learning are collaborating with the private and the industry to give them the young people with the right skills who can be able to serve in those industries. The government continues to actively improve the capabilities of the public workforce in order to enhance performance, productivity, and overall effectiveness in delivering public services. As you are aware, we are on performance contracts ourselves. What we are now trying to do is to see how do we connect the performance to pay, yeah? So that your performance determines your pay, your performance determines your growth in the organization that is government, and therefore that is the ecosystem that we are looking at, and it has been done elsewhere. Why can't we do it in Africa? The Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development coordinates training and development initiatives in the public service, including public service transformation for effective and efficient service delivery. The ministry does this through supporting government institutions, including county governments, in conducting training needs assessment, skills gap assessment, reviewing human resource development policies, and supporting capacity building efforts through collaboration with development partners to meet development priorities. So we are also looking at the youth and the way they want to be engaged in employment. They are not we don't have the conventional youth. They are not the conventional workers who would go to an office at 8 in the morning and leave at 5. They want you to give them the assignment, whether they do it at night or whatever. You want your work done, yeah? But as a government, we are trying to see how then can we accommodate them. We cannot wish them away. They will still have to come into the system. But how do we accommodate them so that in view of the way they want to work, how can we also adjust to ensure that we accommodate them? The Kenyan Public Service is implementing the Public Service Emerging Leadership Fellowship Program to develop the next generation of public sector leaders capable of providing transformative solutions to critical issues affecting the public. The government is also implementing a robust public service internship program aimed at equipping interns with practical work experience to strengthen their capabilities for accessing employment. The Kenya Public Service continues to tap into the talents of the youth to improve the capacity of public service and create opportunities for youth to acquire skills and enhance their employment. So we have the internship program, which is under Public Service Commission. So far, since it started, we have interned 24,000 youth. Some of them have been able to get employment in various organizations, including government. A majority of them are still out there. Now the problem we are grappling with is they are saying you have interned us to prepare us for work. Where is the work? That is the discussion we are having with them right now. But we have developed a policy, and that is going to guide how this is going to be handled in future. The ministry has also developed a skills master plan for public service, which is geared towards attracting, motivating, and retaining rare and scarce resources in the public service. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, this forum presents a crucial opportunity to exchange ideas which could inform policy and strategy reviews in order to properly address the twin concerns of population and development. The government remains committed to formulating and implementing policies and programs that harness the potential of Kenya's population for national development. I wish you fruitful deliberation for the next 3 days, and hope that the outcomes of this conference will be relayed to us so that we can also see how we can incorporate this in the policies that we are going to come up with as government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amos Adesha, our permanent secretary. There are two statements that have been made by these two gentlemen here. And I know one will be loved by Bunge and Wabunge, and another one, our Director General, and this is on a light note, these are serious matters. This is on a light note, changamke kidogo. Our Director General, Dr. Sheikh Hassan, said, it's not about the numbers, it's about the quality of the population. Our permanent secretary said, a large population is not bad. If you are to vote, nani anaenda bunge? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to push this program as tight as time is because of the change of program. Our guests of honor will be arriving in the afternoon at around 3 p.m. We are in a tight corner and we would like all of us to cooperate in managing time. We cannot have tea at 12 o'clock because ni saa ya chakula solid. So what we will do, I pray that we'll be in concurrent with this. We will have our tea in 15 minutes. 11:15, please, let's be back here. We will be having a panel discussion. And after that, we are also required to go out for our breakout sessions. So let's see how we manage that. First, with tea break, 15 minutes. Please come back quickly and we enjoy the next session. Asanteni sana kwa kusikiza na tumeelewana. Shukran.
Kenya's population growth rate from a high of 3.8% in 1979 to 2.3% in 2019. Through the family planning program, the average number of children per woman has reduced from 8 children in 1979 to 3 children in 2022. Deaths among children below 5 years of age have reduced by over 60% between 2003 and 2022 to reach 41 deaths in every 1,000 live births. Between 1979 and 2019, the life expectancy for both males and females has increased by about 10 years each. It is now 61 years for males and 67 years for females. Much more remains to be done to improve the quality of life for Kenyans. To this end, we have recorded tremendous progress towards realizing our mandate and the development agenda of our nation. Notably, in the last 40 years, the Council has made progress on a number of areas. Atop, program coordination on population issues, research and policy development, advocacy and public education, and institutional capacity. Moving forward, we will double our efforts in provision of strategic leadership on matters population and development in the country, bearing in mind the emerging population and development issues. We are glad the Council continues playing its rightful role in population and development in Kenya, and these 40 years are not only a celebration of the milestone covered, but a platform to reflect and look into the future. This is so as Kenya is set to mark 100 years of independence by 2063. The population of Kenya is projected to be about 80 million. It is also opportune as we look towards the Kenya Vision 2030, the 2030 Agenda, and the Africa Agenda 2063 on the Africa we want by the Union of Africa. We are also marking this 40th year as the world hits a population of 8 billion people in November 2022. 1982 to 2022 period of NCPD has been a moment of great progress on population program in Kenya. This institution was born of the philosophy of spurring development in the country vis-a-vis its population growth. Consequently, family planning education was identified as one of the key primary interventions to address the challenges posed by rapid population growth. These policy guidelines that provided a framework for the coordination and implementation of population programs. It guided the coordination of the implementation of population policy and program up to the year 2000. The Council has also over the years received various awards and honors nationally, regionally, and internationally for exemplary work in the formation and implementation of the population policy. Looking into the near and far future, NCPD will focus on the following key contemporary population issues amongst others. Harnessing the youth potential for attainment of a demographic dividend. Eliminating the triple threat that is affecting adolescents, namely adolescent pregnancy, new HIV infections, and gender-based violence. We further remain alive to the discussion of climate change and sustainability. The NCPD management remains committed to ensuring realization of the vision, mission, and mandate the Council. We are looking forward to the next decade with energy and promise of a great future. Here are some key quotes from opinion leaders in Kenya. You and I must work together to develop our country, to get education for our children, to have doctors, to build roads, to improve or provide all day-to-day essentials. Jomo Kenyatta, 1965. Development is about people. They are the primary agents for development, and they are purpose for development. Population policy is therefore a very important element in our development efforts. Former President Daniel Moi during launch of Kenya's 1979-1983 development plan. Family planning is an integral part of development planning. It is an essential part for the reason that you cannot hope to plan for other forms of production if you cannot plan for the production of the main resource, human beings. Minister for Finance of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, 1978. I surely do believe the reason so many of us have convened in Nairobi, ICPD 25 Nairobi Summit, is because we recognize that advancing people's rights, in particular women's rights, their choices and well-being, is the path to prosperous and resilient societies. Indeed, has often been said, women are the backbone of the family and the bedrock of a nation. His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. Indeed, investing in youth and girls is good, but also yields tremendous dividends that accelerate sustainable development in terms of reducing inequalities, poverty, and unemployment, and also generating continuous growth. This event consensus, ICPD-25 Nairobi Summit, makes our work on unfinished business of ICPD Cairo Plan of Action much more realistic. His Excellency Dr. William Ruto during closing ceremony, ICPD 25 Nairobi Summit 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, happy 40th anniversary. Population issues are issues that influence or are affected by births, deaths, and migration. Kenya was the first country on the African continent to implement a population policy. This was through the National Family Planning that was started in 1967. Thereafter, Kenya developed and implemented the following explicit population policies. Sessional Paper Number 4 of 1984 on Population Policy Guidelines. Sessional Paper Number 1 of 2000 for Sustainable Development. Sessional Paper Number 3 of 2012 on Population Policy for National Development. The 40 years of NCPD have been momentous for the Republic of Kenya and its people. NCPD efforts to implement population policies in the country have contributed to the following achievements. A decline in the Kenya's population growth rate from a high of 3.8% in 1979 to 2.3% in 2019. Through the family planning program, the average number of children per woman has reduced from 8 children in 1979 to 3 children in 2022. Deaths among children below 5 years of age have reduced by over 60% between 2003 and 2022 to reach 41 deaths in every 1,000 live births. Between 1979 and 2019, the life expectancy for both males and females has increased by about 10 years each. It is now 61 years for males and 67 years for females. Much more remains to be done to improve the quality of life for Kenyans. To this end, we have recorded tremendous progress towards realizing our mandate and the development agenda of our nation. Notably, in the last 40 years, the Council has made progress on a number of areas at
and gentlemen, our 15-minute break is way overdue. Please welcome back to the auditorium. Those who are here, please also move forward. We'd like people to move forward to occupy the front seats, except these first 2 rows here at the center sitting area. Mabibi na mabwana, tafadhali mezeni chai. Wale bado mko nje, murudi, hata kama mkitafuna mtamalizia mkiwa hapa. Welcome back to the auditorium, ladies and gentlemen. This is a call back to continue our session for the panel discussions.
Kenya ni mama yetu sote, twaipongeza serikali kwa uongozi maridadi. Twaipongeza serikali kwa uongozi maridadi. Twaipongeza serikali yetu, maendeleo tumeona, na ugatuzi ni baraka kwetu, matunda yake tumeyaona. Twaipongeza serikali kwa uongozi maridadi. Twaipongeza serikali kwa uongozi maridadi. Nchi ya Kenya imesonga mbele sababu ya uongozi bora. Tunajimudu tukifurahia, uchumi wetu ni thabiti. Twaipongeza serikali kwa uongozi maridadi. Twaipongeza serikali kwa uongozi maridadi. Amani Kenya ishi kama zamani. Ninataka maendeleo tuwe kote Kenya. Amani Kenya ishi kama zamani. Ninataka maendeleo tuwe kote Kenya. Kweli wa Kenya tumebarikiwa na nchi nzuri maridadi. Tunafaulu kuijenga Kenya tukipanga familia. Kweli wa Kenya tumebarikiwa na nchi nzuri maridadi. Tunafaulu kuijenga Kenya tukipanga familia. Maendeleo tumeyaona na barabara zimejengwa. Watoto wetu sasa wasoma masomo yao kweli ni bure. Kilimo Kenya kimenawiri na wakulima wanafurahi. Vijana wetu wana ajira.
Hello.
Waweza
Kidogo, mziki kidogo. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly, let's come into the auditorium. We want to kick off the next session. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, I seek your cooperation, support. We are doing badly in terms of time. Kindly, and the ushers who are around, kindly assist to have guys get into the auditorium. We proceed with our program. There are some slight changes, and we really seek your support and cooperation to ensure that we achieve the objectives of this particular panel discussions and indeed the overall conference. Ladies and gentlemen, kwa heshima na taadhima na waomba kwamba tuweze kuingia ndani ili tuweze kuendelea na ratiba yetu. Mabibi na mabwana, Kwa heshima na taadhima na waomba muweze kuingia ndani ili tuweze kuendelea na ratiba yetu. Haya. Kidogo tu. The ushers, kindly, I urge you, I beseech you, I ask you to kindly assist to get people inside so that we can save on time, begin the next session, and continue the rest of the program for today. As you have heard earlier, the official opening of this conference shall be done later on in the afternoon, and we need to have finished the discussions that have been planned just before then. Before then, we can start the official opening. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to please come into the auditorium. We start the next session. We already have the moderator who is ready together with his panelists. Kindly let's accord him that particular cooperation so that we can get to hear from the experts and the other speakers who have sacrificed their time to share with us some wisdom around the thematic areas that were mentioned earlier. Once again, I urge the ushers to help get people inside so that we can begin in the next 1 minute. We shall begin in the next 1 minute. We save on time, and indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard from the Director General, the official opening shall happen later on this afternoon. We are working with 3 p.m., but we need to have completed the panel discussions that have been set before then. Once again, we need to have finished the panel discussions, which are really, really important. There was a group of very lovely people who worked on this program, and we will do them a great, great honor and privilege to indeed see that their efforts do not go to waste. Kindly, and once again, for those who are seated behind, I kindly ask you to occupy the seats just in front here. For those who are seated behind, kindly move closer. Kindly move closer. Once again, for those who are seated behind, I request you, I ask you, with a lot of humility and respect, to kindly move forward so that then we can begin. For the ushers, kindly assist to get those who are still engaged in some banter outside there to please come in so that we can start this next session. Okay, just before I invite my colleague, just want to make a couple of announcements. Indeed, as the Director General had mentioned in the first session, there are a series of changes in the program occasioned by the change in time, attendance time for the chief guests. And therefore, this is how we shall proceed so that we ensure we do achieve the objectives of today and indeed for the conference. So in a short while, and as you heard from the PA's Public Service and Human Capital Development, he indeed set the tone and the pace for the next round of discussions. And therefore, my colleague shall invite the moderator, so we shall have that panel discussion, and I would really urge the moderator, we keep it at 1 hour. We keep it at 1 hour so that then immediately after we shall go into the breakout sessions. Immediately after the panel discussion, we shall go into the breakout sessions so that then at around 2:15, then we can proceed for lunch to be ready for the official opening later on. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to appraise you in terms of the change in the program. We shall embark on a panel discussion. Immediately after this, the PS already set the tone for this round of discussions for today. This discussion shall take place for only 1 hour. And of course, having discussed with the moderator, he looks like a very cooperative man, so I'm sure he shall keep it sweet, soft, and very, very informative at that, so that then immediately after we can proceed to the breakout sessions in readiness for the official opening of this conference. May I now call upon my colleague, Isabel.
Mpigieni makofi Bwana Norman Mudibo. Amepata nafasi ya kuwa mheshimiwa kwa dakika tu. Ladies and gentlemen, we enter into this auspicious moment where we are going to be discussing human capital development on youth bulge demographic dividends. And before I invite our moderator for the day, I would like to acknowledge the presence of those who are online. We can see that they stand to be counted, amongst them Samuel Lubanga, Alice Walo, George Ogutu, Nima Ibrahim, Joyapili amongst many others who have joined us online. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us online. We appreciate also our partners and sponsors for this event, amongst them who have really put a lot of effort to make this day and the next 2 days successful. So without further ado, I invite Dr. Bernard Onyango, a consultant demographer. He's a senior researcher and policy analyst. His recent work has focused on providing technical expertise, identification, and implementation of policy options to empower women and youth to harness dividends. I hand over the baton to you, Mr. Onyango, to invite your panelists and lead this discussion on focus on human capital development. Karibu sana.
Thank you. So I've been waiting for this session for a long time, but we are now here. Let's have the panelists come forward. Starting with Dr. Francis Mveyange. Dr. Francis Mveyange from APHRC, please come and have a seat. We have the Director, National Employment Authority, Director Aden. Great. We have Jeremiah Kiplagat from KEPSA. We have Michael Alois Ambuli from TVETA, Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority. I believe we should be having one person who's online, that's Mr. Boaz Munga. Technical team, can you please, the technical team working on the online group, please let's have, allow Mr. Michael Munga in. And we have Ms. Elizabeth Otieno from Ministry of Education. So before we get started, I think the Principal Secretary and the DG NCPD did a good job to just orient us on this session. But I wanted us, wherever you are, if you are 35 years and older, please just stand up. The rest sit down. 35 years and older. Okay. Okay. So 35 years and older, I see most of the room. What would you guess is like 60%, 70%? Almost, right? 60, at least. So under 35. Okay, not bad. So, so what you see in this room is definitely and understandably is not representative of the Kenyan population. But you know, we sit in our spaces, and at times we don't think about it so much. You were told in terms of our current population projection, so for the year 2025. It's estimated that, sit down, sorry. We are about just over 53 million people. And of those 53 million people, just over 38 million are estimated to be under 35. Okay? Just over, so think about that. That means if we were in a representative, for every 7 out of 10 people, 7 of them would be under 35. Only three of us would be of 35 and above. So I think that tells you that Kenya is a really young population, okay, and will still be a young population for some time to come. But we were talking about investing in human capital development because you want to harness the demographic dividend. So we've heard that fertility rates have come down in Kenya. We have mortality rates have come down. Life expectancy has increased appreciably over time. And because of that, there's been a change in the age structure in Kenya, okay? Changing from one that is really dominated by children under 15. So at one point, almost 50% of the population was under 15. Right now, it's about 30, I think about 39%, or maybe between 37 and 39% thereabout, under 15. So that is changing. More importantly, when we talk about that changing age structure to have many people, I heard people talking about having many people in the workforce. We are talking about, if we were to take the hypothetical age, 20 to 64, for example, currently, that is estimated at about 45% of the total population, those between 20 and 64. And that number is going to increase. In the next 20 years, we are going to be about 58% of the population will be concentrated in those working ages, age 20 to 64. But the question is, because there's a lot of hype in Africa, we are a young population, African countries are going to benefit from the demographic dividend. But the question is, are we going to actually optimize our potential? Because it's just a potential. That 58% is a potential. Do we have the requisite investment in human capital development to make that happen? And so today I'm going to be talking to my colleagues here in the panel, and hopefully they'll be able to shed some more light on this quite interesting debate. So I'll take a seat. Do we have the person online? Oh yeah, I think that it looks like it. So, and we'll share our mics, right? Okay. Hello? Okay, good. So, again, I'll start. I'd like everyone to, I gave a very brief introduction. Please, because of time, I want you to just say who you are as you get the mic and who you work for. Don't go into details, please, otherwise we won't have time to go through these questions. And as you introduce yourself, I want you to think about, my panelists to think about from their vantage point in whichever organization they're working with or they're working for. Is Kenya really, is Kenya in a position to harness the demographic potential for its advantage? And if not, what do we need to do from the perspective of human capital development to get there? So I'll start with you, the lady.
Yeah, I would believe that Kenya has the potential. I introduce myself first. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Rutieno. I work for Ministry of Education as a director, head of school health, nutrition and wash in the Ministry of Education. My role here is head of health and also education, a practitioner in education for long. And so I understand matters of education and training, and I would speak on behalf of peers. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Habari ya mchana. Kwa majina naitwa Anthony Mveange, ni mkurugenzi wa program kutoka shirika linaitwa African Population Health Research Center. Asante.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Daktari, and the National Population Development Council. My name is Adan Abdurrahman Mohammed from National Employment Authority. I'm the Director of Research, Capacity Building and Data Management at the National Employment Authority. Thank you very much. Asante.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Go ahead. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Lambuli from TVET Authority. At the authority, I work as an assistant director in charge of research and development. I'm here representing the Director General for TVET Authority, Dr. Kipkurui Langat. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a colleague online. Could you just introduce yourself?
Good morning. Hope you can hear me from this end.
We can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Boaz Munga, and I'm actually representing Elder Onsomu, doctor, from KIPRA, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Myself, I'm a senior policy analyst at the KIPRA. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll give you 2 minutes to respond to that question I said. From your vantage point in your roles and institutions, are we in a position to harness the demographic dividend, and what are we doing from the perspective of human capital development? And I'll start with, I want to start with the people in the education sector. So first I'll go with Elizabeth.
Thank you. I want to say that we are on track as Minister of Education because one, when you look at our mandate and policy, is to provide education, skills and training to all the Kenyan population of the age as categorized, either early childhood for foundational learning, primary education, secondary education, and it goes all the way up to technical and university education, but I can see the technical person is here. So I want to say that we're on track and it's possible. It's only that I would give a rider that it requires very heavy investment to take care of the population that there is. Maybe before I go deeper, or pass the mic to another person, I would want to state very clearly that we have about 35 million learners in schools. And having 35 million learners in school, when Kenya basically is just about 53 million demographically, in terms of population. So when we have 30 million in school, that means that we require very heavy investment to be able to pull this population to a population that is meaningful. So we're on track.
Thank you. I want to pass it on to Michael. And we've been hearing a lot about investments in the last few years in TVET, in the TVET sector. So what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. So as I mentioned, I'm Michael from TVET Authority. And to respond to your question, I want to agree with my colleague Elizabeth, who said you're on track in taking advantage of the many youths that are within the country. Of course, we've made some strides, but again, there are still some challenges. If you look, for example, in the TVET subsector, we are working towards remodeling the TVET subsector so that we try and transform the image of TVET to be attractive to each and every person within the country. You'll agree with me that for a long time, TVET has actually had a bad image, whereby instead of looking at TVET as an alternative route towards skilling, people have been looking at TVET as an option for those who fail to proceed to university through the conventional education system. So these are some of the challenges that we are working on. And I can report that in terms of numbers, we are progressively moving forward. As we speak today, we have about 700,000 young people enrolled in our TVET institutions. Of course, this is not enough given the fact that every year we receive graduates from basic education, close to 1 million of them. And then 200,000 or thereabout proceed to university, which leaves a whole 700,000 to the TVET subsector. TVET is open for everybody, including those who are not coming from the institution. So we have a catchment area, including those youth who are not in education and training. All of them are actually candidates for TVET. If you look at international best practices, and especially from countries that are industrialized, you realize that we require at least between 5% to 10% of our population to be enrolled in TVET for us to be able to provide the necessary human capital for the industries. Doing a quick mathematics, you realize that we are still lagging, but again, we are on course, as I mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, so those are our colleagues from the education and training sector. And one of the things we hear a lot, and actually the PS commented during his address, is that we have all these young people we're educating, but what are the opportunities? And I want you to look at it from the perspective of the school to work transition. What are we seeing? So we have the National Employment Authority, and you can tell us a little bit about National Employment Authority. I give you 1 minute to tell us about that. But in your view, what is it when people talk about the skills mismatch industry, talking about skills mismatch and why they can't employ, what can be done in order to improve that human capital moving out of the school pipeline to the employment pipeline? Over to you, Director Adan.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and also the organizers of the conference. Like I said, my name is Adan, representing the National Employment Authority, here on behalf of Madam Edith, who is our Director General. Straight to the question raised by our moderator. Of course, before I go to the question, let me say something about the National Employment Authority as he has guided. National Employment Authority is an agency, is a national government Prostato, national government agency, and the Ministry of Labor, formed through an act of parliament, and formerly known as the National Employment Bureau. It has transitioned to what is called National Employment Authority currently for about now 7 to 8 years, providing what is in the global view called public employment services. If you look at the global picture, there is a lot of organizations in different countries globally that's offering what's called public employment services. In Kenya, that service is offered by the National Employment Authority. What do we do in terms of public employment services is helping Kenyan youths, especially the age population that's been talked about right now, to identify employment opportunities, either whether they are skilled or non-skilled or unskilled. So that's what we usually do. We connect Kenyan job seekers to employers if we'll get opportunities. We are out there. We try to engage Kenyan job seekers to register with our system, then try to connect and match them to the relevant employers and recruiters. So we do both locally. We try to look for opportunities both locally and internationally. So that's what we are currently doing. We are we are so central in the current drive by the head of state in ensuring that there is a lot of Kenyans that will going to get opportunities outside the country through what is called labor mobility. Currently, I think most of you are aware and you agree with me, and that's an area that the government has really focused on of recent times. So that's first of all majorly what we do, apart from other important services that we offer. If you look at, if you go to what's called National Employment Authority Management Information System, a portal, there is a platform that any job seeker can go out there and have an account with the National Employment Authority, and then try to see jobs that matches their skills, their particular skills. So that's what we usually do. There are also platforms for employers to register, then to place their jobs in the portal, and then in that way, job seekers and employers can meet in the same platform through the same portal. So that's what we offer in terms of services. So coming back to the question by Daktari, yes, indeed, there is a huge skill mismatch, especially for the graduates from different institutions, be it universities, be it TVETs, be it across. There is a very big skill mismatch. For instance, if I'll refer to what we usually do is when we run a recruitment drive and 500 to 2,000 job seekers appear in that particular day, they end up, and then the slots they are looking for is around 300 or 200. Sometimes they end up not getting exactly even the 200, even the 200 they are looking for. Out of the 2,000 that turns up, the recruiters, that is the employers that are on the ground at that time, where the government have put effort to ensure that those employers are on the ground to give Kenya youths opportunities. They end up in not getting exactly the number they are looking for because of the skills deficit by those that appeared for the job. So definitely there is skill mismatch. But what we need to do is to, like it was mentioned by my colleagues, there should be a deliberate investment and a turnaround in terms of harmonizing what our institutions offers against what the industry offers. So we need to look at that point. What is the demand out there in terms of the industry? What is the emerging labor markets that's available currently? Can do we have to re-engineer our programs, our curriculums towards what jobs are currently demanded? Especially, for instance, if you look at the current jobs, they are a lot to do with digital. They are digital jobs. They are a lot to do with remote jobs. They are green skills that are the green jobs that are available. So could we have to harness these opportunities by deliberately investing and also harmonizing what we offer to ensure that we get job seekers that are fit for those particular jobs? That's what I'll contribute. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Very good to hear from the National Employment Authority. I want to turn it over to two colleagues who are in the research and policy field. So starting with the gentleman we have here, Dr. Mveyange, and you heard when he introduced himself, he did it in Swahili because he's from our southern border, Tanzania. And so looking at the case of Kenya, I think over the last 10, 20 years, we've had constant major reforms being undertaken especially in the area of education and skills. So we have the CBC, for example, that's being, it's been rolled out, so it's ongoing. And then we have the reforms in TVET. Are these, in your view and from your experience, are these reforms being adequately supported by research evidence? And if not, what can we do to change that?
I didn't realize you put me in such a tough spot. Well, whether the policy decisions that have been made are supported by evidence, I wouldn't say much. But what I want to, when we think about human capital, there are two concepts that are very important to understand. There is producing human capital and there is using human capital. So the production side of the equation is where my colleagues have touched on the industries. And then, of course, there's the usage, where the demand side. Now, World Bank has launched a very interesting project 2-3 days ago. It's called Human Capital. And I happened this morning to review Kenya. And Kenya, in comparison with Sub-Saharan Africa region, and they talk about, when we think about human capital, we talk about 4 phases of life cycle. Early childhood, we are talking of schooling age, we are talking of youth, and we are talking of adulthood. So before I come to your question, maybe I just wanted to provoke my Kenyans. I hope they won't throw me out of the border. So there are some statistics. Some of them are very grim, and this statistics position Kenya relative to Sub-Saharan Africa. Number 1, on early childhood, there are 3 key indicators. Neonatal mortality rate. In 2017, it was 22 per 1,000 live birth. Now it is 20. So there's a modest improvement. DTP vaccination rate, dosage has increased, and Kenya is way above the regional average. So Kenya is doing very well there. Pre-primary school gross enrollment stands at 65%. That is in 2019. I'm not sure where the statistics stand now, but then this is pre-primary, this is early childhood, 65%. We did a study on ECD in Kenya. I have some very grim statistics, particularly in Kibera, these, what do you call them? Informal settlements, yes. In formal settings, there are quite a grim statistics, and the way these schooling that is done in those settings and what the government is doing there. At the schooling age, there are also 3 key indicators. child mortality rate. The mortality rate for children aged 5 to 14 is 5 per 1,000 children aged 5 in 2022 compared to 7 in 2017. So there's a reduction, modest reduction there. Children engaged in child labor. The share of children aged 5 to 17 who are engaged in economic activities is 19% and way above regional average. So child labor in Kenya is something that needs to be looked at. Learning poverty. In 2023, 79% of children could not read and understand a simple text by age 10. Very grim statistic, again, when it comes to childhood. The third pillar is youth. On youth, adolescent fertility rate, it stands at 63 in 2022, down from 72 in 2017. Youth literacy rate, the share of youth 15 to 24 who are literate is 89%. So there's 11% who are still illiterate. Youth not in employment, education, or training. In 2021, 19% of Kenyan youth were not in employment, education, or training, compared to 14% in 2016. So maybe 2021 post-COVID, we could say 5% has increased. Now let's quickly look at the adulthood statistic. Again, there are three key statistics. Female labor force participation rate. Female labor force participation rate as a percentage of female working age population stands at 80%. So we're not using our women fully, which is 1% up compared to 2018, which was 87%. Life expectancy at birth, this has increased. And we heard that from the PS and the Director General. Unemployment for adult stands at 4% compared to 3% 5 years ago. I decided to paint this picture so that we are speaking with facts, because where I come from, we don't just speak, we speak with facts. Now, to answer your question, whether the decisions about CBC and any policy reforms are informed by evidence, I think there's more to it than just political rhetorics. I think our leaders, if you look at these statistics, first of all, who decided, how many Kenyans were consulted to when CBC was being conceived? How many? No one can answer, right? We are seeing the same movement in Tanzania now. They're also embarking on CBC. So I like what my colleague said. What is the current trend in the market? Currently, we are talking of decolonizing education. We are talking of decolonizing health sector, everything decolonization. And now there's a wave of localization. How do we empower our institution, our people, our organizations to be able to really tap into our potential? Where is the role of indigenous knowledge? So when we think about all these policy changes and policy reforms, how consultative are they? How inclusive are they? These are very important questions. Research and evidence has a big role to play. And from where we sit, we generate evidence that informs. Recently, to conclude, moderator, our colleagues at APHRC wrote a very thoughtful piece that critiqued the higher education funding model. I don't know how many have read that. It critiqued because we went in, we studied, we looked at the data, and we found the model is flawed, and it does not address equity in Kenya. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to pose a similar question to our colleague Boaz Munga. And Boaz, I think, unlike Dr. Mveyange, who is not from our borders, I can put you on the spot a bit, because Kipra, really, this is your bread and butter at Kipra. So to what extent are these policies being adequately informed by the research evidence, including the implementation and evaluation processes? Over to you, Boaz.
Thank you very much. I think I'll also just give in brief comments. I believe it's about the competency-based curriculum and the competency-based education and training when you think of the TVETs. I think one broad issue is that there's a global trend towards competency-based training. So we are actually flowing in that current, if you think of it that way. The other thing I would want to say broadly is that whether I look at the past system or the current system, there are concerns about the extent to which we can implement the systems effectively. Even the 844 system that we have just replaced, actually when it was introduced, it was to focus on the skills and practical skills for the learners. And I remember that its implementation fell short to achieve that because it required huge investments in the training materials. The same can be said of the current system. There are real concerns about whether we will have enough resources to implement it effectively. So whether evidence supports, research evidence supports this transition or not, I'll just say that this is a global trend that we're not likely to run away from. So it is believed that now education needs to be more focused on things like communication, critical thinking, and even digital literacy, which we will see is now becoming more and more widespread. And countries that will lag behind in these aspects will find it, will actually lag behind in where the globe is going towards. So, when the Curriculum Development Institute designed the CBC, I believe it was in the spirit of addressing the limitations of the previous system. So whether there was, I believe there was a lot of consultation at some levels, and these were broad and extended, and there were dissenting views at some points, but this is the whole issue about democracies. I think that is where we want to leave it.
Thank you. Thank you, Boaz. And I'd like to give 2 minutes strictly to our colleague Elizabeth, who's from the Ministry of Education, who would like to give a response to some of the points on the issue I asked.
Thank you. And I think I want to pick it up and say that as Minister of Education, we are very firm and sure of developing the skills that are desired for this country. And in education, we are not carrying out a guesswork. We would not have picked on any other education system. And this one I'm speaking from an insider. There should never have been any other education system as formidable as the competence-based curriculum. It is not a mistake. It does not undermine any indigenous knowledge at all, because in its components, we emphasize on indigenous knowledge. And on the question you asked about research in informing policy, we are strongly, in fact, coincidentally, as I'm seated here, I'm the one who coordinates research. I'm leading the component that is establishing what we are calling Education Evidence Hub. Education Evidence Hub is a hub that we are putting and establishing in the Ministry of Education that is going to influence policy. We are supported by a partner called IPA. We are working very closely with HPRC. I was in Director of Policy before I moved to School Health. And on this, we have a consortium of researches that have been done by different scholars, universities. And there's an existing coalition of academicians, the academia, the researchers, private partners, HPRC, and KIPRA. We are in a collaboration on something we are calling EE4A, Education, Evidence, Research and Action. And in this one, we meet quarterly and we discuss on all researches that have come. And this education evidence that is domiciled in the Ministry of Education in the Director of Policy, its work is to consolidate all researches that have been done. We analyze, we pick out of it, we summarize for policy. And so you can clearly say that there's no direction that is given in Ministry of Education that is not influenced by policy. Of course, you can't rule out the issue of politics, but you know, politics is part of us. We cannot say that we do not know politics and the politics will never be, because politics forms government and government is politics. So we try to balance the two. But the competence-based curriculum is a very, very effective way of handling the young people because its emphasis is on skills, competence of skills, and the interest of a learner. It is reducing wastage. You cannot compare it with the former, the 844 system of education. Its implementation is what is intricate because it's expensive. And I think I want to stop at that. But if you came and we had a private discussion, I would really convince you that the competence-based curriculum is the way to go.
Thank you so much. So that we are not just listening to each other, we have limited time, but I want to give the floor to the audience. Just 2 questions. Keep it brief. 2 people or 3 people maximum. 1, 2. I've seen 2 gentlemen. I need a lady. So let's pass the mic to the gentleman over there. Then we'll go to Dr. Jarabi there. Do you have a lady? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is John Linus. I'm the chairperson for UNESCO Youth Forum. And this is timely conversation and I'm proud to be part of it. And I want to start by saying that this is like a future foresighting, like trying to see how our future will look like. And thanks to NCPD for bringing this conference together. And I would just like to comment on issues around employment, youth unemployment, because it is one of the key challenges that we are having. And I'm proud that I participated in African Union Youth Employment Action Lab. And I want to add some insights on top of what colleagues, the person from National Employment Authority said. To tackle youth employment, one, we need to address it through structural and sectoral approach. Because by that, if we don't do that, I think we won't tackle youth unemployment. And also we have to agree that youth employment, to tackle employment, government can't give employment to all the youths that we have. But what we need is a conducive environment to create more opportunities for youth themselves to create employment for themselves. And another challenge that we get from you is that there exist some opportunities for youth, but most government employment opportunities are not well coordinated for people to know that this institution has this employment. So I think we need, as a country, we need a lot of coordination, coordinating these government institutions so that we get to know that we curb the youth unemployment. So I feel like all stakeholders here have a role to play to curb youth unemployment. And this is just the start. I think we can't end this conversation here. I have a lot to share. I have a lot of reports I have from the Africa Youth Employment Action Lab that we had last week in Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the mic move over? There's a mic behind you.
Thank you. My name is Ben Jarabi, affiliated to this university. Madam Elizabeth, you paint a very rosy picture of the Ministry of Education. 2 disturbing elements, quantitatively and qualitatively. We know for sure that there are some school-age kids who are not in school. So how can we say we are on track? Qualitatively, we've had mismatch. That's an element of quality from the Ministry of Education. We've had of kids 10 years not able to read and make any logical meaning of a simple sentence. That's element of quality that is lacking. When it was declared that primary education should be free, it was more of a political roadside declaration. There were no countermeasures in terms of what is required to make sure that all the kids who go to school indeed obtain quality education, in which case the quality was compromised. Over to you.
Thank you. There's a lady in blue.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Jacinta Mwende from the Directorate of Social Development in the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. I want to really thank the panelists for giving us data. And mine is just to say, as a parent, as a mother, as a citizen of this great nation, that by the end of this conference, we are going to be able to coordinate that data and give it meaning. For example, I've heard Madam Elizabeth talk about the 35 million enrolled students. Did I get the figure right? Moving forward, that data should make sense to us as Kenyans in the sense that how many skills in their millions are we developing in our education sector? And for National Employment Authority, how many are we linking from the education pipeline to the industry pipeline? Because that way we are going to help ourselves as a country and we are going to have a better future as we tell our children every day. Thank you.
Okay. Last one. I'll give it to... I saw the lady's hand up, so let's have her. So that's the last one.
Hi everyone, my name is Sunza Sindani and I'm championing for PHE integration, which is finding the linkage between population, health and environment to approach development decisions. So my question is this, I'm aware of there's a program that is actually just coming to end by Young Africa Works that is supported by MasterCard Foundation and Colleges and Institutes Canada that championed for the CBET transition in TVETs. And this was focusing on making sure that the kind of learning and teaching approach in TVETs is focused more on practicals and blending with theories. But in my mind, I'm like, okay, we have so many people targeting TVETs, but what about public universities? I'm a product of Moi University, and I can tell you for a fact that we are taught so much theory in class, and then you come out here and you wonder, what value does even my degree certificate hold? So is the government also thinking about having the same kind of curriculum approach based on skills and practicals, blending with theory and soft skills, because out here soft skills is what is getting us to get opportunities. So is the government also thinking alongside that to help that systems in education are actually targeting what the market needs? Because you've mentioned there's a mismatch of skills. We have so many things that are facing young people when it comes to employment. So the government has the authority and you have all the power to make sure that at least that does not continue being the narrative in the next 10 years to come. So what do you guys think? Thank you.
No, you're definitely answering. Okay, so we have to move on because we are time limited. And what I want to do, because we have about 10 or so minutes, what I want to do is for us to answer some of these questions as we wrap up, okay? And as you wrap up, I want you to think about the two issues. Probably they're related. We are talking about human capital development and the future of work. Maybe we haven't used that phrase here so much, but we know that we are struggling for a country like Kenya. We are struggling all the way from the first industrial revolution, which is about mechanization, all the way to the fourth industrial revolution, which is where people are seeing the future of work that include things such as AI, okay? But and part of the reason we are straddling this, even within the country, the development, it's uneven. It's not the same everywhere. There are rural-urban differences, there are differences from counties. So there are even gender differences when we think about some of these things. So some people are at risk of being left behind, even as others seem to be progressing. So with that in mind, as you wrap up, and I'm happy for you to respond to those questions that came from the floor, but do tell me for yourself or your organization, what's that one thing, what's that one priority investment area for human capital development going for now and going into the future? And Boaz, if you don't mind, I ended with you in the first round. If you don't mind to take this question first as you wrap up. Over to you.
Yes, I'll take a short time on this. I think one of the things that has really fascinated me is the loss we have as a country as a result of not investing in early childhood development. And the issue that was mentioned, that is the issue of quality, the issue of performance, all other issues start from conception, as some argue even before conception. And as a nation, we have failed to develop at these stages, whether it is the first 2 years of life or the very basic level of education, which at present I think we have basically thrown to the counties. We don't seem to give it a lot of investment. So if there was one area that I would want us to really think about greatly, and there's a lot of evidence in this, is that aspect. And we have to connect it with things like even malnutrition, which by itself is a major problem. So when our young ones come up with when they're malnourished, then we enter into a state where we have limited development of their cognitive abilities. So no matter what we invest later, you can imagine the challenge. So it will pick up as quality, it will pick us performance later in life. So it is argued that this is one of the areas where we really need to focus on, just like as other successful nations do focus on, for us to make major impacts in this space. I think that is what I'll say.
Thank you so much. So I hear ECD, we have to make ECD a priority. Next, can I have Mr. Ambuli from Tiveta? And feel free to also respond to, I had some mentions of things to do with the technical training, including how, I think someone mentioned the CBET, and how the tertiary institutions are making education more practical. So over to you, Mr. Ambuli.
Okay, thank you very much, Daktari, for the opportunity. So for me, one thing that we are looking forward to pushing as an authority is about the enhancement of quality and relevance of training. When we talk of quality and relevance, and specifically relevance, we are referring to actually trying to bridge the gap between the skills that are provided by the training institutions and what the industry requires. As part of the many reforms that have been happening around the TVET space since 2014, when we had the TVET Act in place, we've been closely working with the industry to be able to determine the needs of the industry before doing the curricula. So basically, we've been able to map the different industries into different sector skills committees that then assist us to be able to put together the requirements for different jobs, so that as we come up with the content for any given job profile or training, then we are sure of addressing the requirements of industry. It is true that we've had challenges along that line, but again, hopefully, as we proceed interacting with the industry, involving industry right from the process of curriculum development through development of occupational standards, and also involving the same industry in the aspect of the actual training delivery, assessment, and even certification, then we hope to be able to maybe elevate this issue of relevance of training. For quality, we had also many interventions in the TVET space, beginning with even the establishment of the TVET authority as a body that is mandated to look at all aspects of training in terms of quality. So again, we hope to be able to sustain this. We've had interventions from our parent ministry where we have had state-of-the-art equipment being distributed to training institutions, trainers being capacity built to even utilize those particular equipment so that then they are able to pass the same skills to the trainees that they train. I agree with Susan who mentioned the issue of training at the university, and then when you come to TVET, or rather in circumstances where you are supposed to apply the practical skills, then you find that you are in very unfamiliar waters. I was part of the team supporting the implementation of the Young African Works program in TVETs, and it is true the program has ended, but again, as part of sustainability, we are working towards proceeding with the same efforts. Initially, the program targeted about 25 Center of Excellence institutions, which were provided with training and also training equipment. But again, we were able to scale to about another 75 institutions as part of the sustainability of the program. One of the things that make us to have situations whereby...
I may need to cut you short soon, because we are running out of time.
Okay, so I was to say that one of the issues that make such issues to arise, especially in the kind of skills that we get at universities, probably is the minimal participation of industry in development of curricula at that level. Once this is addressed, then we can be sure to be able to have the correct skills and knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, next let's have the Director, National Employment Authority.
Yeah, thank you, Daktari, and patient, our audience, for the patience. I would like to pick from where he ended, I think my colleague from TVET, by saying that yes, indeed, Kenyans, first of all, are very innovative when you give them an opportunity. For instance, M-Pesa is found and the innovation that bore to the fruits of what we are currently enjoying globally as M-Pesa came from Kenyan brains. There are so many other hubs and platforms and innovations that came as a result of that. So skills mismatch is there. Industry-centric and private sector engagement is key to ensure that those things are turned around. The issues that we keep talking about, there must be a deliberate effort by all the stakeholders to harmonize the curriculum designing aspects and delivery models. Because if we keep talking about this throughout and hide behind the politics aspect. Of course, yes, politics is there, but there must be a deliberate effort, even by the politicians themselves, such that these things that we keep talking about, skills mismatch, and every now and then skills mismatch needs to be addressed, because the global competitiveness that is out there is just so high right now that we need to place Kenyans that are employable out there, even in the global industries, not just in the local industries. That's what I say. The local industries are also very rich in terms of taking skilled Kenyans and skilled personnel. Are we getting those ones? And then are we also advanced to the extent of going by the technology? Look at what you just talked about, the AI and the provision of the digital spaces. What does the digital spaces provide in terms of job opportunities? It is just so high. Can the Kenyan universities, the Kenyan institutions that's providing these skills and these trainings have to re-engineer itself towards that that approach, towards that route. So that's what we need to do. For instance, I just want to share one experience. What we have found out when we are doing recruitment is recruitment drive through private employment agencies, is that the international employers that usually comes down and employs Kenyans, they engage you in hands-on. They don't interview you by asking you questions. They engage you in hands-on. They engage Kenyans in hands-on, like what she stated. They tell you, yes, you have learned electrical installations skills. You know the electrical installation skills, yes. Can you do it here, from here to there? And they'll take you through. They'll ask you to take them through. And if you fail in 2 or 3, is when they'll definitely tells you you are off. Rather, they'll give you opportunities when you fail even in one instances. So that's first of all the situation we are finding ourselves in. And think of the things that I talked about: the digital space, the gig economy, the green economy. All these things, it's there. The remote way of working. So all this is how the global, the countries out there and the developed nations are looking towards. Thank you very much, Sandy.
Okay. Thanks. So, Dr. Mveyange.
Yes.
Let's keep it brief.
Okay. My friend, you have eaten my time. Okay, so from what the discussion, what I hear is Kenyans need to develop 21st century skills. Anyone can Google what are the 21st century skills, and that will respond to the 4th industrial revolution that we are facing right now. But as I said earlier, human capital development is a function of how you produce and how you use them.
Can you hear him at the back?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes. So there are 3 things, there are 3 arguments within human capital function. There is knowledge, there is skills, and there's good health. Okay? We want to address human capital in Kenya. We have to address these 3 at a go. Now, what do I do? What do we do at APHRC? So on the knowledge and skills, within our research and development ecosystem, we build capacity. We capacitate individuals, we capacitate institutions, and we invigorate research and development to inform policies. At APHRC, I'm overseeing a portfolio on policy engagement and communications. I'm overseeing a portfolio on research and related capacity strengthening across 35 countries in the continent, okay? Kenya including, and Kenya has been a huge beneficiary of our interventions. So if you look at all of these, evidence is needed, but we need to create a pipeline of Africans, of Kenyans, who are capable and can be mutated to the current status quo of where the world is going. 21st century is the way to go. Now, 2 points to conclude. A young lady, 2 years ago, I was involved in a huge study across the continent where we were discussing, and it was funded by MasterCard, looking at what African youth want. And I remember I went to Nigeria, I went to Senegal, to Ghana. There are 2 things that they wanted. And unfortunately here, even in the panel, you don't see young people. Even in the policy formulation, we don't, if I ask my colleague here, how many times do you have young people in the inside when you're formulating policies? Not often. If you ask the Minister of Youth, how old is he? We don't have young people in the decision-making processes. And 2 things they said. One is mentorship. They're not even asking for money. They said we want mentorship. And that's the skill mismatch we are hearing. They want mentorship. And 2, they want to be involved in decision making because they know what they want. Do you understand? So when we think about building human capital in the continent, you rightly said, 7 out of 10 people are young people. Truth be told, right now if young people choose not to vote, there will be no election. They have so much power in the continent, our policymakers and politicians ignore them, but you can't ignore a force of nature right now. So what I'm trying to say, yes, policymakers need to bring youth at the center of decision making. Evidence should be at the core of decision making and should be inclusive and consultative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. So we have a colleague from Ministry of Education with an enviable task to be the last one to wrap up. But she's been quite interacting even within the panel, and I think she's up to the task. So over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is not, of course, to look like I'm directly responding to colleagues, because each one of us is speaking on a matter that has evidence backed, and they are speaking from a pedestal that has a lot of information that is in the background. But very importantly, one, let us, as Minister of Education, when I'm here, I would speak as, very honestly, speak as Minister of Education. We have a responsibility of building the Kenyan population in terms of educating them, equipping them with the necessary knowledge and skills for survival and also the job market. And I will not be afraid to repeat that that is exactly what we are doing, and particularly under the competence-based curriculum. Maybe, as I explain myself, I will not shy away to touch on a few concerns. For instance, one of my sisters there raised a question on soft skills, that the soft skills is what the youth requires. And I believe that the 844 curriculum of education did not have adequate soft skills in its curriculum. And that is why, out of research, we moved the competence-based curriculum for many reasons. One, to align our education system to the global trends. And secondly, to introduce the competencies that were lacking in the 844, soft skills being one of them. And that is why one of the most important components of the competence-based curriculum is communication and collaboration as a key factor. And this you can confirm. The 844 graduate, the products, like currently the ones who are in Form 1, Form 2, compare them with the children who are at grade 9, grade 8, and you know, where we are doing well as Kenyans, let us accept and say we are doing well here, but we still have room for improvement. That is why the competence curriculum has come in to take care of the soft skills. These children are more expressive, they can communicate, and they share the same compound with those ones in secondary and primary, the adjacent day schools. And the head teachers of primary schools say that the children of grade 7, 8, and the current grade 9 are more expressive and very firm on what they want to do, quite knowledgeable in content areas than even the some of the Form 1s. And we see that, and there's a research that was done by NEC. We do continuous researches. And it's showing that the competence-based curriculum, although implemented with problems, but it is a good curriculum in itself. Implementation is an expensive implementation, but the curriculum itself is yielding better results than what would have been in the 844, although with challenges. Now quickly to what my two brothers, one from the panelists, the study in 2023, that is a year ago, 2 years ago now, that is a World Bank study. And the Ministry of Education is aware about it. By the way, we work with HPRC, and we gave you guys a partnership that we work together. Incidentally, we have done some researches with you people. The study was done by World Bank following a program, if you remember, popularly known as Tusome. And this one, just give me a minute to explain. Tusome. Tusome came after a research publication that was done in 2017, where we found out that children could hardly do early literacy and mathematics. And we brought early grade mathematics and early grade reading under a popular program called Pride and Tusome. And Kenyans, you know about them. What happened that after that program was implemented and it was working very well, COVID came in 2020 that had a break on education cycle. So World Bank wanted to see the program that was peaking very well, where have we lost in the COVID pandemic interference? And that is the result. With that break of non-continued learning, what the gains that had been made under the program went down. And this, I'm not lying. No, you're not lying. Now, yes, we have to say the truth. And now, currently, as I speak, there is a program to amend. There is a program under GPE. Unfortunately, we have been affected by the Trump. Yes, we have been affected. But there's a program already that we are picking. It is called Tusome 2. I think this guy is seated at the edge of the seat. We can pick outside this, and I'm not protecting the ministry. But I can assure Kenyans, please be confident that other than the investment, which is 27% of our budget, 63 billion, education is an expensive enterprise. And I'm telling you, we are on it, we are in progress. We can't be 100%, right? We have other children out of school, but remember our policies, and we are committed to the Vision 2030, and our landmarks is to bring about equity, inclusive, quality education. And that is what we are working towards to achieve.
Thank you. Thank you. And well summarized about the aim. And I just want to wrap it up. Thank you so much to my distinguished panelists. I think we didn't have enough time, and you'll never have enough time to go into all the intricacies and interesting things you want to talk about. But just a couple of things for me that, that emerged from this conversation. One, we all agree that we have still a generally youthful population. And as she pointed out, very many millions are still in the school pipeline, and some are still coming in. So we have the policies, okay? But we have challenges. One of them, if you think about these numbers, how do we adequately invest to make sure that we get quality out of that pipeline? So that's one thing I've had. Two, and I think I've already sort of said this, the policies are there. The policies were informed by research, okay? And continually, the ministry conducts research and all that. The question is, how do we support as stakeholders? Because it's not just the ministry, as we've heard, there are a lot of people, there's the school to work transition and all those other gaps. How do we support those processes so that we continuously inform improvement, okay? Improvement. The idea is the policies are to improve. We want to improve our human capital, but what we need to inform the continuous improvement. So that's the other thing. So research and evidence, including administrative data, which is not adequately used in this country, unfortunately. So building capacity of those people who use the administrative data to actually make decisions. And as she correctly said, we can't run away from politics. That is part of the political economy of decision making. So how do you actually navigate that, including supporting those politicians to understand some of these challenging things that they want to delve into without necessarily thinking too hard about it at times. Okay? The other thing I've heard from NEA, National Employment Authority, and actually even TVETA, there is that need for linkage between industry, training, and industry. Okay? We need that. and that will help improve things.
Namaliza.
And lastly, I'm also being given a red card now. I was giving people a red card. Lastly, I think the young people, and you heard, I think there's a cluster of young people up there. They say they need to be included in the processes and the decision making to make our outcomes even better. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this was a robust, insightful, informative, educative. Niendelee? Niendelee?
Utawashinda.
Eh?
Utawashinda.
I think we need some more time around this. And one of the things that I really, really appreciate is where each of the speakers was leveraging data, and through data, you're able to deduce some insights, which then informs the conversation. And I'm sure at some point, even with the breakout sessions, this particular conversation, which is of interest, of course, I was having a chat with my co-MC, we shall be able to continue. Now, quickly, before I go into the announcements, I just want to invite the Director General, just 1 minute, please. And then, of course, we move to the next.
So thank you, MC. I felt like I should come on the podium. How do you see the discussion? Very nice, isn't it? Very fruitful. And you can see these are government officers, isn't it? With researchers. And this is the conversation we want to have. It's just to link our evidence with our policymakers. But please, let's do it in a way that at least someone does not feel a bit. But as a policymakers, that's why we have our PSS who are coming, our CS is coming, other directors will be coming, just to make sure that at least what we're doing is evidence-driven. So that at least we that kind of conversation, because population issues are very emotional and very emotive. So sometimes when we're discussing, we feel it isn't, and they're about numbers. But we want that conversation where the policymaker is seated here and the researcher is next to him or her. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Bona Director. So some quick announcements just before the panelists leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I seek your indulgence. As you have heard, we will make some few tweaks in the program. So from here, we shall go for 1 hour. 1 hour to the different breakout sessions. After that, have lunch for another 1 hour, so that then all of us can be right back here at 2:45. Kindly, 2:45, so that then we kick off the official opening at 3 p.m. I think that is pretty much clear. My colleague, co-MC Isabella, will really give you the details, of course, and would like the moderators to really coordinate this and keep time. I've been asked that so that then there is evidence that indeed this took place, the ladies and gentlemen from the Fourth Estate and others would want to just take a photo, and then we proceed. But before that happens, let me just invite my co-MC to just make the couple of announcements.
So this is how we're going to handle the 3 breakout sessions. The first session will be discussing population, health, and well-being. It will be in this auditorium. This is the venue. It will be led by Professor Peter Gishangi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Mombasa. So those of you are interested in population health and well-being, this is your venue. The second and the third breakout sessions will be handled on the 4th floor. The second breakout session will be addressing population policy and program implementation. It will be coordinated by Ezekiel Manyara from the State Department of Economic Planning. The third breakout session will also be headed to the 4th floor, as I said, to Dr. Mrs. Viju Ratansi room. The participants will be discussing population and development and youth bulge. So, Gen Zs, you know where we are heading. And it will be coordinated by 2 coordinators, Ben Jarabi from PSRI and Mr. Jude Otogo from Christian Aid. So with that information, I hope you have productive discussions and we will arrive at a destination of sustainable population development. Thank you very much for your indulgence. On to the photos with the panelists. Welcome, Director General, to stage.
Oh, you want us to move away from the lectern? Go this way. And come Bella.
Where's Steve? Steve? Where's Steve? Steve?
Steve.
Where's Steve?
Where is Steve?
Wait, it's okay. Proceed. Thank you.
It's got to beat my colleague online.
Again, I don't see Patrick Amoth in the house. Douglas Bosire, not yet. And Julius Ogato, you're there? Julius? Julius? Yeah, please, I think take your seats here. We have enough room. Please take your seats here so that we can do it quickly. So we have Julius Ogato, we have Anne, we have John. Mase Karanja? Please take your seat here so that we can. Okay, so our session is looking at emerging diseases, patterns, trends, and associated factors. And we have three components, so to say. If you look at it, we have matters to deal with cancer, non-communicable diseases. We have matters of mental health, and of course, those of us in our sunset days in terms of being of service to government, who are going to be retiring, and old persons. We still have to take care of ourselves. And that's why we have a session to look at facilitating and inhibiting factors that influence access to persons who are older in terms of services. Again, to remind ourselves, our purpose this afternoon is to look at improving health of the entire population. It's not only mental, but also physical health. Again, keeping faithful to the definition of health by World Health Organization. And so to kick us off, is it to think about what do we need to do at the national level? And Julius Ogato will then take us through in terms of mental health coming from the Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Dr. Ogato. Yeah, please. Any of you with the slides out there? No? You have the slides already? All the slides are there. I think IT team, somebody to come and help us here to get the presentation. We have the presentation for Millicent or Ruteo. IT confirm? Okay. Then we have a presentation for John and Ampu. Confirm? IT confirm, you have that presentation? Then you have presentation for Charity. Those are three. We can start with those three as we get a presentation from Dr. Ogato. So for now, can you roll the presentation for Millicent or Ruteo, please? Millicent?
Good afternoon. Hello, testing. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Millicent Dorcas Oluteo from the National Council for Population and Development, and I'll be presenting on analysis of factors associated with breast cancer awareness, uptake of screening services, and diagnosis amongst women of reproductive health in Kenya. This is a further analysis of the 2022 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey. And before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge the contributions of my co-authors, who are none other than Dr. Charity Wamoya from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. There is also Professor Lawrence Ikamari and Dr. Samuel Akibi from Population Studies and Research Institute here at Nairobi University. There is also Francis Kundu from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and Joshua Musimi from the UN Women. Just a bit of background into my presentation in the interest of time is I want to start off by saying that breast cancer is the most commonly occurring cancer and the leading cause of deaths, cancer deaths amongst women globally, and this is according to BRAE 2018. We are also informed by BAR 2020 that it is the most prevalent cancer and the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women in most of sub-Saharan Africa. The gradual rise in breast cancer prevalence in Kenya is also a major public health concern, which is coupled by significant social, economic, and health losses due to these increased cases. Afire and his team also noted that breast cancer awareness and regular breast screening services are best strategies to enhance early breast cancer diagnosis in Kenya, and that evidence also points that biannual clinical breast examination leads to significant downstaging of breast cancer in all women. Still on my background, according to the latest DHS, which was conducted by KNBS in 2023, it was reported that breast cancer affects, in every 100,000 population, it affects 34 women, and only 14% of women in Kenya have ever been tested for breast cancer. And we have Nyeri and Murang'a leading. The women in Nyeri and Murang'a who have been examined for breast cancer are the ones who are leading at 25% and 23% respectively. And in the whole of Kenya, less than half, that is 45% of women aged 15 to 49 are aware they can self-examine for lumps and cancer in the breast. And unfortunately, according to Lehman, breast cancer is among the leading cancers in Kenya, yet Kenya has no adequate mapping of the extent of cancers in women. So from this, it is evident that factors associated with breast cancer awareness, uptake of screening services, and diagnosis are poorly understood. So when we come to our objectives, we are saying a better understanding of factors associated with breast cancer awareness, uptake of screening services, and diagnosis of breast cancer among women of reproductive age in Kenya using the recent KDHS, that is for 2022, are equally critical for planning and informing policy and program interventions. However, none of the few studies conducted in Kenya, including the KDHS, addressed this. And that's why this study seeks to analyze factors associated with breast cancer awareness, screening, services, uptake, and diagnosis amongst women of reproductive age in Kenya. We now come to our methodology. The study focused on a weighted sample of 16,716 women after it had been weighted to take care of under and oversampling. And analysis was done using SPSS, where we had univariate analysis where descriptive statistics were used just to give frequency tables showing distribution of respondents' background characteristics. We had bivariate analysis, which focused on cross-tabulation and chi-square, and the aim was to identify factors associated with BC awareness, uptake of screening services, and diagnosis. In my presentation, BC will mean breast cancer. For multivariate analysis, we had 3 binary logistic regression models that were fitted, and this was because we wanted to determine independently the key factors contributing to breast cancer awareness, uptake of screening services, and diagnosis. But I would like you to note that when we discovered that the prevalence of NCD screening services uptake was only 0.5%, and the breast cancer diagnosis was 0.2%, which were quite low, such that the logistic regression was, if the logistic regression was to be fitted directly to the data as it was, the analysis would have favored the majority class, hence the 2 sets of data sets were balanced using the SMOT, that is the synthetic minority oversampling technique, before fitting the last 2 models. The main reason was just to boost the sensitivity classification of the model, and from to boost the sensitivity classification of the model from a low positivity prediction rate of about 0 to 4% before SMOT application to a high of about 60 to 100%. But we use the data for breast cancer self-examination awareness as it were, because the imbalance ratios under breast cancer self-examination at 39.4% were adequate, and the data was just used as it were. Outcome variables were 3, and they were coded as binary, either 1 for yes and no for 0. Breast cancer awareness was measured by, according to the KDHS questions, breast cancer awareness was measured by women who responded that they were aware they can examine their breasts for cancer. Breast cancer uptake of screening services was measured by women who responded that they had received services or information provided by community health worker on NCDs, hypertension or diabetes, and breast cancer diagnosis was measured by women who responded to the question that they had been told they had cancer by a health provider. Our independent variables were in 9 categories, and these were demographic factors, sociocultural factors, socioeconomic factors, knowledge factors, behavioral factors, comorbidity factors, and health-related factors. So for demographics, we were looking at age in years, age at first sex, parity, marital status, sociocultural, religion and ethnicity, socioeconomic, occupation, education, wealth index, and place of residence. Knowledge factors were basically on mass media and exposure to internet. Behavioral, we were interested in how often someone uses tobacco, alcohol consumption frequency, physical activity, consumption of healthy diets, and in our study, our focus was on anybody who consumed fruits and vegetables was considered to have consumed a healthy diet. For comorbidity, we had cases like obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and osteoarthritis. Health-related factors, we focused on BMI, body mass index, abortion, contraceptive use, HIV status, and currently pregnant. Coming to our findings on factors associated with breast cancer examination awareness were that it was more likely among women diagnosed with hypertension, those who are currently working, those who are exposed to mass media, and those who had used any type of contraception. It was also less likely among women in rural areas who had previously engaged in, who had been previously diagnosed with arthritis and had engaged in unharmful alcohol use, and they engage in suboptimal activity. It was also seen to increase with the highest level of education, women's age at first sex, and in body mass index levels. Our findings on factors associated with uptake of screening services at a health facility, we found that women were more likely to take up screening services. Those who are most likely to take up screening services were those who had been previously diagnosed with diabetes, arthritis, had HIV, had ever aborted, were currently in employment, had been exposed to mass media, used tobacco, and consumed an unhealthy diet. It was less likely to, women less likely to take up screening services were those who are obese, were currently or previously in a union, were from middle-income households, had consumed alcohol unharmfully, had engaged in suboptimal physical activity and used contraception, had known about STIs, and previously diagnosed with hypertension. And it was also obvious that uptake of screening services from a health facility was found to increase with decrement in self-reported health status, increase in age at first sex, and increase in the highest level of educational attainment. Our last findings for the risk factors associated with breast cancer diagnosis were that BCD was more likely among women who ever in union, previously diagnosed with hypertension, previously diagnosed with HIV, who had come from a middle-income household and engaged in suboptimal levels of physical activity, had used tobacco, and had sat continuously for more than 9 hours. And it was also likely among women who reside in rural areas who are exposed to mass media, sat continuously for 4 to 8 hours, were currently pregnant, used hormonal contraception, didn't have children, and were previously diagnosed with diabetes. We concluded that this BCD was found to decrease with increase in age and highest level of education. Coming to discussion, there are various studies that have also found similar findings like ours, and according to Zhu and et al., we found that he reported that breast cancer awareness rate increases with higher education levels and decreases with increasing age. History of breast disease, middle school education, and junior college education and above were positive factors for women's breast cancer awareness, and also use of intrauterine devices were found to be a negative factor for a woman's breast cancer awareness. For Joho, their study found out that majority of the women were aware of breast cancer screening, and only 35% had reported to have ever practiced breast cancer screening. Breast self-examination was the most frequently used method of breast cancer screening, according to the report, by 16%, and the lack of knowledge of all methods of breast screening services was the barrier perceived by vast majority, that is 60%. According to Javed, women with graduate and above showed higher levels of awareness of breast cancer screening and risk factors, and also higher practice of breast cancer screening compared to women who had lower educational background. Hurst found that despite lower knowledge of breast cancer risk factors and no evidence of better knowledge of signs and symptoms, the rural women, because the study was focusing on Thai, rural women of Thai had considerably better breast cancer awareness knowledge. Coming to uptake of screening, Afire and a company in their study on factors associated with clinical breast examination uptake found out that health insurance coverage, being pregnant, having 1 or 3 children, exposure to media, breast cancer awareness, ever had breast self-examination, and those who visited a health facility were likely to take up screening. Nasisi, in their study of predisposing factors, Nasisi found out that predisposing factors significantly associated with the use of breast cancer screening services were being a black, having a bachelor's degree, or living in rural areas. By pool, uptake of breast cancer among Nepalese women engaged in agriculture compared to non-working women had lower odds of breast cancer uptake. According to Joa, having a low family income was the only predictor of failure to practice breast cancer. We come to diagnosis. Our discussion on diagnosis, we are making reference to Kenya National Cancer Registry, where it is reported that 7 out of 10 cancers were diagnosed at an advanced stage, and that was either at stage 3 or stage 4. And Bashan indicated that early diagnosis and treatment of breast cancer is crucial in reduction of breast cancer mortality. Kavuka noted that poverty contributes to late diagnosis of breast cancer patients in Kenya, and majority cannot afford confirmatory tests to begin treatment. And since essential treatments lack at public facilities due to cost, patients don't seek care at all. So health insurance offsets some of these bills, but many lack this support, making it impossible to access required treatment, hence disease advancement and potentially threatening complications. So in conclusion, we are saying in Kenya there is moderate breast cancer self-examination awareness at 35% and very low uptake of non-communicable disease screening services at 0.5%, which is leading to a low breast cancer diagnosis at 0.2%. So in conclusion, we are saying these are implications. There's need for MOH to set up mandatory breast cancer screening points at all health facilities to allow for early diagnosis. MOH should enhance targeted NCD screening services to women with higher risks of breast cancer, but with low screening uptake levels, so as to allow for full coverage and gain subsequent information on the actual breast cancer prevalence in Kenya. There's also need to increase multisectoral breast cancer awareness, breast examination and detection campaigns through governmental and non-governmental groups. MOH, in collaboration with Communications Authority of Kenya, should raise awareness on the importance of frequent NCD screening. It should also increase the penetration channels for awareness through provision of the relevant infrastructure, and it should also sensitize the community on the importance of NCD screening and early detection. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Millicent. I think in the next session I'll switch off the mic. So please be warned that on the 8th minute you get that you have 1 minute left. So next presenter is John Anampio. So you have 7 minutes. I will remind you on the 8th and on the 10th.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, I think I'll be able to compensate for that time. Please load my presentation. Factors associated with hypertension among HIV-positive women. A case study of Meru. I'll be very brief, but as I wait for them to load, this study was was prompted by the desire to ensure that HIV positive patients should not only enjoy the ARVs and prolong life, but also enjoy some quality of life. So the study was meant to provide the requisite evidence to inform the integration of NCDs into the normal routine management of HIV and AIDS. Please, ICT is failing us. ICT is failing us. So, moderator, please don't take that one to be my time. Otherwise, my presentation is pretty short, and don't be worried. I'll make up for the difference. Please don't leave. It is a very exciting presentation. Yes, ICT on trial. Okay. So, Prof, you start counting after the presentation is fixed. I said factors associated with hypertension. I know there are two papers, not stunting, but hypertension. Unfortunately, I cannot remember it often. Yeah.
I think, John, you have to go there. IT, what do we need to do?
What is it?
We move to another presentation? Okay. John, if you allow, we go to the next one.
Okay.
Okay. He has agreed. Let's move to the next one. My apologies, audience. My apologies. The next one is, the presenters are here, so whichever one comes up. No, this is IT, please. Roll the next presentation.
Associated factors among men and women aged 15 to 49 years in Kenya. And the three are my co-authors that we have collaborated and come up with this paper. As seen, we have Millicent Oluteo, Samuel Wakibi, and Campbell Oganga. So when we are talking about comorbidity occurrence, we are looking at the simultaneous presence of two or more diseases. So when we are talking about non-communicable diseases, we are looking at two or more diseases occurring in the same person simultaneously, and that is what we are looking at in this study. So in our case, we are interested in the chronic non-communicable diseases. And when we are talking about the NCDs, such as cardiovascular diseases, cancers, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases as the chronic NCDs. And this is because, as you can see, they account for 74% of all global deaths in the world. And that's why we also call them life-threatening. Because if you look at the probability of death, if you have one collectively, lies within the 74%. So you can imagine having two or more of these chronic NCDs. So that is our interest. So according to the NCPD report, the 2017 report, 80% of all NCDs occur in low and middle income countries, and 86% of them occur prematurely before the individuals attain the age of 70. So you can imagine, in most cases, our societies retire at 64. So if they occur before 70, that is a risk to the population of Kenya and the world. So in 2024, according to statistics, 2 million deaths occurred due to diabetes, 3.5 million deaths occurred due to pulmonary disease or cardiovascular disease, 10 million deaths occurred in 2020 due to cancer or tumors, and 17.9 million deaths occurred due to CVDs, or that is a cardiovascular disease, in 2019. So you can imagine the disease burden associated with these chronic NCDs worldwide. So coming home, in Kenya, NCDs account for more than 50% of all hospital admissions and over 55% of all hospital deaths. So you can imagine the strain these NCDs have on the health sector. So the Ministry of Health should be on the lookout of how this burden is affecting the health sector and the resources that we generate as a country. So the National NCD Prevention and Control Strategy from 2015 to 2020 aims to reduce the preventable burden of morbidity and mortality and disability due to NCDs overall. And to reduce the NCD burden, there is need for prevention, management, and control according to the World Health Organization. And therefore, an analysis of associated risk factors may lead to prevention, early detection, and treatment. So that's why in this study we are interested in determining the risk factors associated with co-occurrence of multiple chronic life-threatening diseases among both men and females aged 15 to 49 years in Kenya. So the data that we have used and the variables are shown there. So first, we utilize the 2022 recent DHS data for Kenya. And we only considered men and women who were screened for NCDs. And from this, our sample size consisted of 16,716 women and 13,652 men, aged 15 to 49 years. And our dependent variable was coded as such. So we have absence of chronic NCD. We have talked about the 4 chronic NCDs that we have taken into account. We have one, when you have one, at least one, you have one NCD in total. So you either have cancer, you have lung disease, you have heart disease, and so on. And then we have the comorbidity occurrence itself. Since we say that comorbidity occurrence is the simultaneous presence of 2 or more NCDs. And that is why we have coded our variable as such. So the potential risk factors that we take into account are 1, age. So these are the risk factors that we thought might affect people who have chronic NCDs or comorbidities. So we had age, we looked at wealth, marital status, household size, exposure to mass or social media, other types of NCD diagnosis such as hypertension, arthritis, depression, and so on, types of contraceptive use, whether the individual use hormonal, non-hormonal, or no contraception. So we also looked at the self-reported health status, education, tobacco use, alcohol use, parity, religion, occupation, residence, BMI levels, sedentary behavior, whereby we looked at the number of hours we spend seated. I don't know how many hours we have sat today, or we shall sit by the end of this conference, and diet. So for reproducibility purposes, we have to mention our methodology, maybe just as a brief. Sorry for those who are not in maths. So one, we use the ordinal regression model, since it was appropriate for a dependent variable to quantify the multivariable relationships between the chronic NCDs, comorbidity, and the potential risk factors that we have mentioned in the previous section. One of the assumptions that must be satisfied for us to comfortably use this model is the test of parallel assumptions, and when we tested it, we were okayed and we were able to use the model for our regression purposes. So when we were looking at test for significance, we used the world test, and the world test was tested at 5% level. Then we used the odds ratios to check the strengths of the different associations. So on the bivariate analysis, whereby we wanted to look at the comparative analysis of factors that are higher, where people have highest risk of NCD comorbidity, we saw that in men, the prevalence of NCD comorbidity, the chronic NCD comorbidity across the country in the different counties was between 0 and 0.9%, and for females, it was between 0 and 0.7%. So the highest comorbidity in men was found to be in Nairobi County, followed by Taita Taveta and Nyeri counties, and the highest comorbidity in women was found in Baringo County, West Pokot, Turkana, Kilifi, Marsabit, Uasin Gishu, Laikipia, Kakamega, Siaya, Homa Bay, and Nyamira. So the other thing that we saw that had a higher chance of NCD comorbidity was whether men did technical or non-manual work, whether they came from rich households, men that are not in union, those living in urban areas, those exposed to mass or social media, and those with secondary and above education. So we can see that the risk is high amongst people who are in this room for men. And for females, we saw that the risk is high with people with hypertension or depression, people who are from poor households, which looks like an inverted curve for the bivariate analysis, those currently in union, living in rural areas, not exposed to social media, and finally, those who have little or no education. So for the multivariate analysis, whereby we applied the ordinal regression model, we saw that the factors that place individuals at a higher risk of being in higher categories, that is the higher risk of acquiring a comorbidity. For men, we saw that an increase in age increases the risk of having a comorbidity, increase in household wealth, increase in educational levels, non-exposure to mass or social media, and obviously the self-reported health status. You know how you feel, so the health status itself also has a chance of saying how your body feels. And for women, we saw increase in age, increase in household wealth status, doing manual labor, no education or little or no education, and the self-reported health status place the individuals at higher risk of getting or acquiring the chronic NCD comorbidities. For the protective factors, so factors that place individuals to be at lower risk of being in higher categories, so that means that there is a lower chance of acquiring comorbidity. This was seen for males with people who had no hypertension or have not been diagnosed with hypertension before, no arthritis. So it means that if you don't have any other type of NCD, then you have a lower chance compared to those who at least have some some NCD, even though it's not chronic. Doing manual labor, and those who have children at a lower risk. And for females, we saw that the people who have no arthritis, no hypertension, they have not been diagnosed with depression or anxiety, not exposed to mass social media, and paras also are at a lower risk of getting a comorbidity. For males, we were not able to use the sedentary behavior since it wasn't available in the data, but for female, we saw that if a woman sits for less than 8 hours per day, then they are at a lower risk compared to those who sit for 8 hours and above. So for the discussion, we saw that there are several papers. These are just a few that we have noted that support our analysis. So given the different results, and they are as listed there, so due to time, I won't look at them. So finally, I will go to the recommendation, whereby we have a few, we have at least 4. So the first recommendation is to the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Health, where we are recommending that they should enhance and enforce service provision of targeted interventions, including detection, screening, and treatment in both urban and rural areas, since we've seen that a lot of screening is done in rural areas but not in urban areas, so I don't know what the reason is. So also to the Ministry of Education, they should promote continuous research targeting the use of Kenyan-specific datasets through different initiatives and through collaborations with institutions of higher learning. So the third recommendation is for us to create a multi-sectoral collaborations between different governmental and non-governmental agencies, both at national and county levels, that may advocate for awareness, creation and domestic financing of targeted interventions of NCDs. And finally, there is need to discourage the social norms that expect men to be strong, resilient, independent, and emotionally inexpressive, which contributes the masking of depressing symptoms among men, as well as in delay of avoidance or seeking treatment. Since we saw that for men, when they say they are bad, sometimes they mask those results given to what we have seen. So those are our references. The next slide. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Charity. We have another 33 minutes, and we have several presentations to go through. So I ask the other presenters, please save time and be mindful that we need to have some minutes for discussion. The next presentation, please, IT team. Let's be mindful that we need to save some time for discussion. If it is you're told is 1 minute, please stop. Next. IT. We can barely see what is on the screen. You're not sure? Okay. Let me get up there.
I do what? Oh, I can't see the other presentation. It's hard for me. I haven't. Yeah. So that's why I'm using my laptop. Rubo Antline, I work for Bar Hostess, and today I'm going to give you my research. I did a research in addressing dual stigma, integration, mental health, and harm reduction strategy of PWD in Marsabit and in Isiolo. So my background is PWD are people who use drugs, face dual stigma, mental health disorder, and drug use. The marginalized region, that is Marsabit and Isiolo, lack adequate health intervention. The study focused on how community development approaches can integrate mental health and harm reduction. We also evaluated this in Bar Hostess as an SR of Kenya Red Cross Society. Okay. Research objective was assessing the impact of stigma of PWD mental health and treatment accessibility. Number 2 was evaluate harm reduction strategies in Marsabit and Isiolo. And number 3 was the recommendation policy action to integrate mental health into harm reduction programs. My methodology was the mixed methodology research, that is qualitative survey, that we used the health records and substance use patterns. And our qualitative, we did an interview with the PWDs and peer educators and health care workers who are available. Also, in the participants who were involved were the PWDs, healthcare workers, community organization, and then our data collection was the focus group discussions and policy analysis, field observation. The sample size was 150 of the PWDs, 20 healthcare workers, and 10 peer educators who were implementing this in this project. My key finding was that under mental health and stigma, the 500 PWIDs accessed integrated service over 18 months. 65% of the PWID reported anxiety and depression due to social stigma, and then there was limited mental health services in harm reduction programs. Under key finding 2, under harm reduction effectiveness, the needle and exchange program improved health outcome, but lack psychosocial support. 25% decrease in unsafe injection practice, reduced HIV and hepatitis C. And then the peer-led intervention increased program acceptability among the PWD by 90%. Policy implications that integration of mental health service. Number 1, expand community-led counseling and mental health screening. Also enhance harm reduction framework. That is increase funding for combined harm reduction and mental health, in that we don't have the combined intervention for many programs. And then train and create awareness. That is equip healthcare providers with skills to address dual stigma treatment. Under Bar Hostess, that is this is what the intervention that they were using.
the Breaking the Stigma campaign through radio and social media engagement. And they also used public-private partnership for mental health advocacy and resources, also community forums for harm reduction. Challenges and barriers for this research was that stigma for healthcare workers limit service accessibility under the PWD group. Also, limited funds for integrating mental health and harm reduction was also a key problem. Insufficient training for peer educators and healthcare workers was also a main issue. My recommendation was just to scale up the peer-led intervention, also expand digital health solution to mental health support, secure sustainable funding for integrating services, also strengthening public and private partnership also, and lastly, ensure data-driven policy decision through continuous research. My conclusion was that to address dual stigma, we need a holistic community-driven intervention. That is one, and also strengthening policy framework can improve mental health integration. This is for future research. One should focus, the focus should be in scalability of peer-led mental health intervention. Next step and call for action was that advocates for policy adoption at the national level, also strengthening collaboration between the government, NGOs, and community-led programs, expand training program for peer educators and healthcare workers, because that was a main gap that we saw, and then leverage technology to improve service delivery and track data. That was my reference. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony Kerubo, for saving some time. Next presentation. Just note the presenters are here, so they'll be able to go in quickly and we make some time. Baboy Kongo, make it happen. Okay, John.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, presenters. I'll read from here. I don't know which is nearer to me. Yeah. Yes. This was a study that was conducted in one of the counties in Kenya. We can go to the next. These factors associated with hypertension among HIV positive women on ARV and territorial. Next. Pardon? Oh, sorry. That's, yeah. Oh, sorry. This is a global situation. This is what prompted us to look at this study, because we realize that globally we have some information on hypertension among persons living with HIV, but locally here there is scant of information on both prevalence and associated factors. Now, the study objectives were as follows. That is, one, to examine factors associated with hypertension among HIV positive who are already on ART and retroviral therapy. So specifically, the study sought to estimate the prevalence of hypertension among the study population, and then look at some of the associated factors, as you can see. Now, in terms of methodology, This, unlike other presentations, some of them were population-based. This was health facility-based cross-sectional study. It was carried out in 3 sites, Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, Mission Hospital, Kovo Mission Hospital, and Maua Methodist Hospital. And the study population, as I said, are women, HIV-positive women on ART, and specifically those of reproductive age. Now, in terms of data collection, there are 3 approaches. One was interview and instant questionnaires, biometric or anthropometric measures, and then a review of records. So this study took, this is around the COVID time. It took around 47 days to between the month of September 2021 and January 2022. Sampling criteria, we applied formula by Fisher and others, 1991, and the adopted prevalence was 28% based on a study that was carried out in Zimbabwe. That found that 28% of women patients on ART, on highly active antiretroviral virus, were hypertensive. That was in year 2019. Now that is the calculation. The statisticians in the room should help us demystify this. Are we together? Yeah, I want us to be together, and I'll move fast because of time. This is how hypertension is measured. Hypertension, this is how hypertension is was measured. And if you are found to be having a blood pressure of 140 or above, and that's both systolic and diastolic blood pressure of below or equal to, above or equal to 90, then you are considered hypertensive. If you have blood pressure below those measures, then you are considered normotensive. So this study was cleared by the Kenya National Hospital and the University of Nairobi Ethics and Research Committee. In terms of data analysis, we applied the logistic regression analysis to identify the factors associated with hypertension. These are the findings. So the study confirms also already in literature globally, we found that 23.9% of women on hypertension on ART in Meru County were hypertensive. Just about 1 in 4 women on ART were hypertensive. When you go to bivariate analysis, you realize that we found that age, ever use of contraception or contraceptives were significantly associated with hypertension among the study population. Another factor that was found significantly associated with hypertension was a family history of hypertension, and so was abdominal obesity, measured through waist-hip ratio. And now at the multivariate analysis, we found that a cigarette smoker and a 12-fold high risk of hypertension compared to a non-smoker. We also found that being overweight and higher chance, or almost 7 times higher chance of being hypertensive among the study population. What was interesting is that being obese and a positively association with hypertension, but not statistically significant. And a family history, of course, also sustained statistical significance at this level. Now, these are the tables that are the basis of what I've been discussing, so I'll not look at them. I'll just pass. These are the tables, that outputs. Now, in terms of conclusion, a few points. So the study found that just like the general population, according to KNBS and the Ministry of Health in 2015, about a quarter of the persons living on HIV-positive women on ERT were hypertensive. So the study also found that, or we can conclude that hypertension is primarily associated with both behavioral and biological factors, some biomedical factors, and namely cigarette smoking, excess weight, a family history of hypertension are the key factors. Therefore, we also conclude that integration of screening and management of hypertension and association factors, as established above, would enhance the quality of life of people living with HIV. Recommendations. There is need to integrate a regular screening and management of hypertension and association factors into the routine HIV/AIDS care of the patient. HIV/AIDS care. 2, we need to sensitize the clients on lifestyle modification, as that is in terms of smoking cessation, dietary change, and physical activity. We also recommended that integration of NCPDs into HIV policies and strategies would optimize the quality of care for the patients. And finally, the study recommends for a further research to address some of the unanswered questions in the study. And we propose a mixed methods research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. IT, may we have the presentation by Dr. Ogato? IT, Dr. Ogato? Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ogato from Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital. I'm making a presentation on mental health in national development. At the end of the day, I want to convince the audience that there is need to invest in mental health as a driver and an enabler of national development, and also speak to the academia to motivate them to invest in research within the public mental health space. In Mathare, generally what we do, we heal minds to restore life and touch families. Mental illness basically steals away somebody's or one's social life. What is the impact of mental health in a community or in a nation? At a personal level, it robs one of his personal well-being, and as such, you cannot meet your personal obligations and the social obligations. Number 2, it has a significant impact in national development, and it affects key sectors within the economy. That is the healthcare, education, the economy itself, and the social welfare. I will explain how. In the healthcare sector, mental health poses as a significant burden. A quarter of the people will have a mental illness at one point in their lifetime. And about 40% of the people who present to hospitals or those who are in the inpatient present with a component or mainly mental illness. This, secondly, mental illness, severe mental illness leads to or is associated with premature death to a tune of 15 to 25 years. So simply put, mental illness, people with severe mental illness die younger or earlier than the general population when we have interventions that can prevent this earlier death. In the healthcare sector, we've got a serious challenge in the mental health system whereby there is inadequate resources set aside for mental health, both for the health workforce and for provision of the infrastructure and the necessary equipment and medical supplies. So generally speaking, in our country, there is a shortage of mental health workers across all cadres. And I think about 17 counties do not have even one single mental health care worker. How does this affect the education sector? Mental illness leads to early dropout, absenteeism, and poor concentration, leading to dropout and a reduced completion rate. We know clearly, if you drop out of school, one cannot have the necessary skills to engage in a meaningful economic activity. There is a serious lack of awareness, as my earlier presenter had alluded to, on the impact and the presentation of mental illness. Basically, it is seen as indiscipline cases or a lack of seriousness, which compounds the problem. Mental illness affects the economic well-being of a country and as well as the community and the family level. There is loss of productivity of the individuals and the economy as a whole due to mental illness. It leads to absenteeism, reduced output, and the Medicare costs. The cost of treatment for mental illness strains the economy. Within the healthy system, there is widespread lack of access to mental health care services. We know clearly that in national development, the simple measure, as who are not economists, which we understand very easily, is the Human Development Index that takes care of the literacy levels, the life expectancy, and economic productivity. Now, as I said earlier, there is a mortality gap of 10 to 25 years that in Kenya, where the life expectancy is about 68, 69 years, the people with mental illness will live to about 47 years or thereabouts. This is really a scandal which should not be allowed at this point in time. If you have a child or a spouse or a parent who has a mental illness, we are saying, and it is a fact, that they will die earlier by as much as 25 years. And if you do very well, they die earlier than their equivalent by 10 years. The factors associated with this mortality gap are patient factors. The patient factors are due to the health-seeking behavior. Because of time, I didn't go to introduce what mental illness is, but I can just mention that mental illness affects the mind, it affects one's behavior, it affects the intellect, the thinking processes, and the emotion processing. As such, if one's behavior and the intellect and cognitive functions are affected, the health behavior is really affected. And as you all know, I will say what everybody knows, you haven't seen somebody with schizophrenia going for screening, or those who happen to be pregnant going for ANC. This contributes to early death, finally. Then, the mental health workers are so concerned about the mind to the exclusion as mental health workers, concerned so much about the mind, the hallucinations and the delusions, to the exclusion of the whole body. We rarely remember to examine the patient as a whole, and we miss the other physical diseases which leads to early death. Then, the health system is not supportive to people with mental health or the access to mental health, as my earlier presenter alluded to. This leads to a gap or unfulfilled need in terms of the mental health space. Now, what does this lead to? There is a need, as we have seen, that mental illness and mental disorders affect the very ingredients of national development, so there is a need to look at mental health as an investment case. So what should we do as a government? We need to invest in more health workers, mental health workers, who are distributed geographically in all places of the country. We need to invest in infrastructure and medical products for managing the people with mental illness. We need to promote mental well-being and also have programs that deal with prevention of mental illness. We know clearly in other areas there are very elaborate programs which deal with promotive and prevention of diseases like vaccination, like HIV, like malaria. But we do not have similar programs for mental illness and addiction disorders. So there is a need to invest in promotive and preventive programs for mental illness and addiction disorders. To this end, there is a need to promote community mental health. As we know clearly in Kenya currently as it is, we do not have a functional referral system for mental disorders and addiction disorders, simply because at level 1, 2, 3, and 4, we do not have mental health workers. At Mathare Hospital, we offer from primary health care to primary referral, secondary referral, and tertiary care referral. And we have got limited resources availed to tertiary care and research so that we can improve our services. Now, this slide summarizes everything, but I will simply say that when we invest in mental health by strengthening all that I said is strengthening the health system, HSS, level 2 there, we achieve universal health outcome, we achieve universal health coverage, and universal health coverage drives those sustainable development goals, number 1, 4, 5, 18, as they can be seen there. I can't see it because it's askew, but I hope you are seeing them. So what are we saying in summary? In summary, what I'm saying, or what I'm presenting before this important audience, is that there is need to promote investment in healthcare in terms of more training of health workers, capacity building of the frontline health workers, intersectoral collaboration to promote mental health and well-being, and we have provided the national guidelines on mental wellness in the workplace. I want to appeal to all the CEOs and anybody who is in charge of people anywhere to implement these guidelines to promote mental health, and also to urge the researchers to do more research in public mental health to inform policy and strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gato. We have 2 more presentations. Please, I ask your indulgence. Next, IT. We'll have one burning question to be answered, but first let's have the second last presentation. Okay, factors related with depression.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you still awake? I'm going to talk about a demographic group that is rarely mentioned, because we've heard all about the young people in the morning, isn't it? Who haven't we spoken about? Huh? Who are old people? We have a definition in Kenya of what we call the older person. That is anyone who is 60 years and above. And in the spirit of leaving no one behind, our paper really looks at the welfare issues of this group. As you heard, we are living longer. So you might be 20 now, but you might have 40 more years to go. You get into this group. So already planning for that group means we start looking at some of the issues affecting them. I'm privileged to present this paper. I'm Mary Muyonga, a product of the University of Nairobi, bachelor's, master's, and PhD. I'm a very proud alumni. My co-authors for this paper, we have Alfred Agwanda Otieno, professor. We have Dr. Anne Hasahala, and we also have Lydia McKenna. And this is work done out of a study which was a collaboration between HelpAge International, which is an organization really looking at the issues of the older persons, and the Population Studies Institute at the University of Nairobi. I started with the main findings because I suspected I'd be near the last. What we are looking in this paper, what are the factors that can lead to depression amongst people in that age group I mentioned? From our analysis, we found that if you want to know if somebody might not have that depression or something that can prevent that depression, they must be in a marital union. So we are talking about people who will report that they are still married or they have partners. There must be people who engage in social activities, and there must be people who access mass media. I think you can figure out why those aspects are important. So it prevents isolation. For you to be at risk of depression at that age, risk factors have been presented by my colleagues. If you have chronic illnesses, you are likely to also be depressed. What we call difficulties in daily living, you struggle to get things done. And if you are lonely, and we found loneliness to be a really big predisposing factor. Then when you look at men versus women, our research shows that, I'm trying to use my forward so I don't turn behind, sorry. Our research shows that women tend to be depressed a lot. They report or present depressive factors, right? Maybe because we are talkative and all. But overall, when you look at all factors considered, men are the ones who suffer depression more than women at that particular age group. So of course there, you can quickly start seeing policy issues. So a few statistics which you can just read for yourselves. But our point was we just want to know what factors contribute to depression amongst these people. And as researchers, we always start by what has been done before, and those are some of the things. We are saying depression burdens a lot of the lower middle income countries like Kenya, but we rarely have a lot of material on how it affects the older persons, and so we are trying to contribute to that knowledge gap. Okay? We focused on Nairobi as a county, but conducted our studies in 2 sub-counties, Kibra and Dagoretti. This is a study, as I've said, that was done by HelpAge and PSRI. It was a longitudinal study, which means for a period of time, we have a group of people we are observing. You go ask them questions, take measurements, and then use those measurements to analyze and try and make sense for policy discourses. So a total of 2,609 people who had attained 60 years of age and above were interviewed and involved in this study. And we had questions asked about their households, how they live, quality of life, and also personal issues, demographics. Are you married? How old are you? And with all this, we now went and used international standards of measurement for what we call depression. So there's a way depression is measured medically, and for us social scientists, we use these methods to help us understand people. So you see the questions, I think they look so small, but there's 5 key questions being asked here. Are you satisfied with life? You know, do you feel helpless? Do you feel pretty worthless and all that? They're simple questions, but how the respondents answer these questions help us assess and categorize them as depressed or not. So if if you get 1 or 0, so if you are saying you're basically satisfied in life, then you are definitely, 1 means you are not depressed, isn't it? 0 means, well, 1 would mean if you are saying, if I ask you, are you satisfied with your life, and you tell me yes, is that a positive or a negative? So are you more likely to be depressed? Jua kali measure? No. So in this case, no is the answer we are looking for. So that's why you'll find anything with 1, the measures will be analyzing. And so we later summed up, those who get a score of 2 and above are at risk of depression. So we did that analysis, and together with other things that I'm going to present, you find that just from those basic questions, almost half of that population of older persons had depressive symptoms, and we found those symptoms higher in the females than in the males. Those who are in the lower ages, when we say lower, our base is 60 years. So those 60 to 64 years have higher depression symptoms, and then as you progress on, they are lower. And then those who are married tend to have very low symptoms, but those, of course, who are living separately or they are divorced tended to also report higher. So in population studies, we try and make sense of people's behaviors from these questions I've told you. So we start and say, okay, if we are saying, for example, age, or if somebody is married or not, we at times now check, does anything change when we change the ages? Do we move up? Is there any change in the depression levels? So when you compare some of our factors one-on-one with depression, we found that those people were active socially, they participate in activities, in the rural areas where most of the Kenyans live. These are people going for chama meetings, church meetings, funerals, weddings. So they have a social activity and participate. These ones tended to reduce depression, and they rarely reported they were lonely. But when you look at the health factors, those who had chronic conditions, the medical issues my colleague mentioned, all tended to have higher depression. So to examine what we call the risk factors, you could have one-on-one for all those, but we bring them all together so we see the strongest one, so that people put effort on those strong factors. So we did modeling, and we were just trying first, if we take demographic factors, say age, sex, marital union, and compared the depressive outputs. Second model, we go and add those who are married in that group. Third model, we go and add other factors, other factors, other factors. At the end of all that process, our research showed loneliness is the biggest contributor to depression amongst the people who are 60 years and above. So our discussion really just analyzes what does that mean for us as policymakers or people supporting this demographic book. So we've told you clearly, men have higher depression. Our social protection programs supporting men, anybody? Are there programs for older men in Kenya? Okay, the jury is out here. Then those who are in marital unions was also very interesting. And of course, loneliness being the predisposing factors. So maybe I'll stop at this point. Whatever else is there is not important. I gave you the output. But this study was important because when we try and understand the lives of the older persons, we don't focus much, we don't have a lot of research on them. So our research was very unique because we went to the communities where they live. It was the first time we did this in Nairobi, and we were targeting that special group, right? Of course, that means maybe we can't generalize our results to Kenya. Maybe maisha ya Nairobi ni ngumu, but from our study, we suggest that we then therefore need further research with a representative sample. Representative samples are the kind of studies colleagues have been talking about, Kenya Demographic and Health Survey. So you have a spread of people across the country. Yeah, so I'll leave you with this, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you. For those of us 60 and above, please find somebody from this moment onward. May we have the other presentation? I think you have another additional presenter. I hope we are not standing between you and Ranch and the opening ceremony. Please bear with us. Factors and inhibiting factors for healthcare access for older people. Dr. Ann?
So good afternoon, everyone. Maybe you need just to stand up for a while so that you have circulation as we wait for the loading of the slides. Just stretch a bit. Good. No, we're still waiting for the loading. But as we wait, you may sit. As we wait, I can just go through the introductory part. My study is looking at the facilitating and inhibiting factors in relation to access to health care by the older population, of whom I am one. Okay, but I may be one of the privileged ones. So basically, I don't know which one is there up. Okay, so by way of background, you can see that older people face multiple challenges in accessing healthcare. And we can see that the main objective of this study, I don't want to go into too much detail because of the time, but if you really want to know more, the paper is available. Okay, so the objective was just to identify the key factors that inhibit or facilitate or inhibit health care access by the older population. And so I'll go straight away to the facilitating factors. And as you can see there, one of the facilitating factors is good reception and polite staff. I think all of us, when we get good reception or the attitude of the staff are friendly and everything, we feel much better. So you can see that is one of the facilitating factors. But this happens more in private hospitals than in public hospitals. I think you already know that. And then there's also the issue of, you can see what the people are saying about it. In private hospitals, You are attended to as soon as you arrive. They even smile at you. You know, that is very important. When somebody welcomes you with a smile, it's very important. And then there is the issue of access to qualified personnel in public hospitals, which is a plus for public hospitals, that they have qualified personnel. And you can see that in public hospitals, it has qualified doctors. And this is a focus group of women only from Kisii County. Oh, sorry. Another facilitating factor is government recognition through the pension, through the programs like Inua Jamii. Here they are saying that the government has recognized the older people and give them Inua Jamii. With that little Inua Jamii, I can assure you that the older people use these for healthcare. I know it's very little, but for them, it is something. So being recognized and being given just that 2,000 is something for the older people. And then, of course, there's improved services under devolution. I know most of us don't quite agree with that, but the older people tend to think that improved services under devolution is something that has helped them access healthcare. And they say these days you can even be helped politely by an officer when paying money. You know, most of these health services actually require your being digitally, being able to do most of the things digitally. And then, of course, availability of specialized diagnostic services in public hospitals. A focus group in Kisii felt that now you can go to the local hospitals and be able to get things like X-rays, which you are not there, previously. Also, health insurance cards. At the time we were talking about the National Health Insurance Card. It is actually a facilitating factor for older persons. They say that there are those with NHIF cards, and they get treatment very easily. So when they were using NHIF, you can see it was a plus for the accessing healthcare. Sorry. Now, when we come to the barriers or the factors that inhibit access to healthcare, you can see the first one there is high cost of treatment. And what does that mean? They say the cost of treatment is high. Sometimes the prescribed drugs are not even there. Of course, that is a cost. And then insurance issues. They argue that with NHIF, you can stay the whole day without being treated because the system is not working. So you may have the card, but when you go to the health facility, it is not functioning. And of course, that's a negative for the healthcare services for the older persons. Sorry. We have also problems of drug availability. And you can see that they argue that you go there and are told there are no drugs, but you don't have money to buy them. So that is another negative. And then there are long queues and waiting time. And here it takes a long time because there are many people and few doctors. I think one of the things about the health system is that it is categorized into two. We have those who are under 5 and those who are over 5. So obviously the older people don't have any real priority because they are the over 5 years old. And of course, distance to health facilities and transport costs, another barrier. So it says sometimes you don't have transport money to reach the hospital. And you can see which FDD is saying that. There's also issues of ageism and discrimination. this focus group from Kisii of male say that if you are 60 years old and go to the hospital, you cannot be given a hospital card because they say you are useless. That is very, very demoralizing, I believe. And then, of course, attitudes of healthcare is another negative. And here is their attitudes are poor. They go in for treatment and they look at you like they hate you. Please help. We don't have the medics here to tell us what happens there. So in terms of suggestions for improvement, we are saying that the older people, actually, this is from the older people, it's not from us as the researchers. We are saying that free healthcare for older people. The government should provide free treatment for people who are 60 years and above. And then they need better resource allocation. With this, if there are drugs in public hospitals, it will be better than having to buy them elsewhere. And then we have enhanced NHIF efficiency. I think now we have the SHA, so we are hoping that there will be more efficiency with the SHA, although we still see a lot of problems with that. And then, sorry. So in conclusion, you can see that all the people face financial, infrastructural, and systematic barriers to healthcare. Government programs and devolution have improved some aspects, but gaps still remain. Addressing these challenges requires policy changes, better resource allocation, and improved healthcare worker attitudes. So we are saying collaboration between the government, NGOs, and communities is essential for sustainable improvement. And I say thank you. Before I finish, I can say that this study was, again, another one which was undertaken by HealthAge and Population Studies and Research Institute. And it was only undertaken in 4 counties, and that was Siaya, Kisii, Embu, and Kilifi. And we did the study mainly in the areas where HealthAge has the presence. So we cannot quite generalize these results to the whole of the country, but to the areas where we did the research. But I believe a lot of what I've said, a lot of people can identify with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure we still have some energy. Is that the case? One more. Okay, so we shall have Stephen. We'll have 5 minutes only, Stephen. 5 minutes to pass your message. Thank you.
Okay, we will change the clock here. Okay, the slide deck coming up. I'll begin when the slides come up. Stan gave me confirmation that he has it. So. Okay, let's see if these are the... That was a brief presentation, wasn't it? I'm not sure what... Let's see if we can load it again. or we can do it in reverse order. Start with the thank you and go backwards.
Are you saying there is no presentation? Only 3 slides.
Do you have a computer with a flash drive?
Okay, members, as we are sorting out this issue, is there any burning question to the presenter so far? Any burning question to the presenter so far? Who has a mic? Okay. Dr. Desta, are you in the house? Okay, so you're making points. I have seen something for those of us who are told not to be lonely. Smile, have polite stuff. The issues of stigma has come up. The issue of poor households and comorbidity, occurrence for comorbidity. Issues of hypertension and very low uptake of screening. Premature death. And Dr. Ogato, this is quite concerning that 17 counties do not have a mental health practitioner. Are we on? Please roll the slides, So this is pretty serious that we don't have the technical people. Any questions for the presenters? Desta will be coming to tell us very briefly what are the key messages, what are the key resolutions from this very engaging session. But as that is happening, I did mention that I come from Technical University of Mombasa, but I'm alumni of this university. This is my alma mater. And so I'm at home, and also at home somewhere else. So again, to acknowledge University of Nairobi for donating staff to go and support other universities. Questions, comments? I understand there is somebody from Ministry of Health who is part of the presenting team. Yes? Your presentation is loaded? Not yet. You come and give some remarks. Thank you. We'll accommodate you.
Okay, I think we're set.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm Dr. Stephen Lichty, and very short sort of presentation. It's mostly photos, so this is why presentation was really essential. So I am working primarily in Mombasa and Kwale County, working with marginalized youth populations. We talk about the 4 realms of ACEs. Many of you are familiar with adverse childhood experiences. This is looking at 3 additional sort of ACEs: adverse childhood experiences, adverse community experiences, adverse climate experiences, and adverse cultural experiences. A little bit of a negative take. There's positive versions of these, but many of the youth that we're coming out of Al-Shabaab, coming out of gangs in Mombasa, coming out of conflict-prone sort of environments. So this is the environment that we're working in. What we're doing is, this is Green String Network, a community-based organization here in Nairobi. We have a program called Kumakucha Quest. This is for 18 to 24-year-olds, Kumakucha Vijana, and Watoto. So we take it down into upper adolescence and then even into the children's sort of age range, 10 to 12. This is a 12-week community-led, youth-led healing journey that's approximately 3 months every Saturday, led by youth that we've trained and so forth, and we walk them through 12 weeks of training and helping them reconcile their past, re-engage with the present, and reimagine the future. We're using a hybrid version of the Futures Consciousness Scale, which was developed at the University of Turku in Finland. There's 5 dimensions. There's time perspectives, systems perception, concern for others, openness to alternatives, and agency beliefs. So what we're seeing is that all 5 of these, for the most part, are increasing from kind of baseline data that we have, and then where we're seeing the youth at the end of the program. I've been working in development for about 25 years. This program is one of the most transformational that I've ever seen, because in 12 weeks, you can see youth, you know youth, you know how they, when they get into group settings, head down, and they whisper. Because this is their form of empowerment. They're small in their disposition. 12 weeks later, they're speaking, they're engaged. It's like the rheostat, the dimmer switch, it's gone up. And they're super excited about where they want to go. The youth in Kwale County were saying, we're the last vanguards of coastal culture. They said the current 10-year-olds are addicted to these things. So we're the last vanguard, and they want to continue to maintain the coastal culture, the Swahili culture on the coast. So our work is related to the World Health Organization's triple dividend. This was a concept developed in 2016. It's the whole idea that traditionally we've not looked at adolescence. We focused on youth 18 and above and children 5 and under. Seen changes around the world in these, but we've not focused specifically on adolescence. What do we do when we focus only on, adolescence? We already see improvements with health, with school attendance, with decreased crime rates. The second dividend is those youth become adults. So the second dividend, as adults, they are adulting better, for a better term. And then the third dividend is they marry and have children and pass on that to their children. So we're taking a 2, possibly 3 generational sort of perspective here and looking 20 or 30 years into the future. So just real quickly, what we were seeing was an 84% increase in agency beliefs. The green is major increase, blue is minor increase. So together, 84%. Time perspective, 90%. So they're thinking beyond just where a trauma lens puts many of these youth thinking 1 day, 1 week, max 1 month out. And now they're having a larger time horizon. They're concerned for others. 91% reported a major or a minor increase in their concern for others. Parents were asking, what did you do to my child? You know, all of a sudden, they're more mindful. Teachers are saying they're paying it more attention in school. And so we're seeing some of these transformative effects. The lowest one was systems perceptions. And I'm guessing this was mostly due to the questions that we used, because in interview data, focus group data, the youth were saying that their understandings of ecosystems, of social systems, economic systems has expanded. The questions we were using from Turku probably didn't get at that, because this is, you know, in contrast. And then just a couple more slides here. What we're seeing is essentially youth moving from a state of futures unconsciousness to futures consciousness. So the table on the right is Turku's component, and then on the left is something that we've developed with the participants. They're time trapped, they're disempowered, they're risk adverse, they have a closed loop thinking, they're self-protected and projected. And then Turku only uses 5, but when I was working with the youth, we talked about all 5 of these on the outer edge, and I said, as youth, what one element captures all 5 of these? And these youth were very quiet, because they were thinking, what captures this? And probably maybe 18, 19-year-old Muslim girl whispered, wisdom. And so I think it's really profound for the youth to say, I am carrying and I am projecting wisdom. We think that's mostly for the Wazee, it's for the older generations, but the youth are saying, we're capturing this. And then just last slide here, some of the implications for Kenya. Mental health, it's absolutely foundational for Kenya. For national development, for increasing economic and employment opportunities. When we look at the World Health Organization mental health pyramid, it's easy to get focused only on that top bit of the pyramid, which is the psychological professional counseling. If anyone's here in the Ministry of Health or anyone in the professional psychological services sort of space, this is an important space. We're not competing with that. What we're saying is that down at the bottom of this pyramid is where, for about $10,000 over 12 weeks, 1.5 million shillings, something like that, we can reach about 300 youth and literally change their life. This is this sort of investment that has the long-term implications for Kenya. We have to deal with stigma, policy reform. As Kenya continues to face greater climate and environmental catastrophes or whatever, last year in Nairobi, I was seeing friends with this much water in their homes that had never had that much water. Trauma is going to be happening to middle class, upper class Kenyans because we're not dealing with climate change. And then peace building and conflict transformation is really important. So I think that is the end of the slides. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much for that sharing. Agency is very important, empowerment, and our youth said they want to be in the decision-making space. I understand, and I may not recognize you, that from the ministry we have other staff who have statements to make on behalf of the ministry. This is your chance. Please.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the session. Could I have my slides up? Yes, thank you very much. My name is Bosire Douglas from National Syndemic Diseases. We were previously known as National AIDS Control Council. We are a semi-autonomous government agency under the Ministry of Health, responsible for leading the response of the nation to HIV, AIDS, and other related syndemics. I'm going to be a bit quick so that we can let you also have a break. I see faces. In my previous life, I also used to be a classroom tutor at the university, so I can see, I dealt with a lot of adult students. And from where I stand, I can see sugar levels have gone down. So I will not bore you with a lot of data, just to remind you that this epidemic is still with us. Kenya has the 7th largest treatment program for HIV and AIDS globally, and the 6th in Africa. Actually, if you remove India, then we become the 6th country. We are behind countries like South Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia. And as you can see, those figures are disproportionately affecting the eastern part of Africa. When you look at the progress that we have made over the years, back in the 1990s, an infection with HIV used to have an equal sign with death. In between the HIV infection and death, if you put the two words, you could put equal signs between the two. If you came to a place like this and stumbled across an individual who's genetically predisposed from a family where hata ukikula there is no weight you add, and that person has a cold on that day, sneezing, has a flu, you run away. You avoid that table where that gentleman or lady was seated in the hotel, and you say that person is going. However, we have made strides from 100,000 deaths in 2010. Last year, we unfortunately lost 20,000 live people due to AIDS-related illnesses, but that is a decrease of about almost 80%. We had new HIV infections dropping from the hundreds of thousands in the 90s to 16,000 last year. Prevalence last year stands at 3.3%. Back in the 90s, especially in the mid-90s, if you happen to walk along the villages of Homa Bay, 1 out of the 3 individuals that you met was likely to be HIV positive. Those strides, the investment that the country has made has reduced that to about 15%. We don't want people living with HIV to die out of AIDS-related illnesses, but we want them to live a full life and die a natural death. And therefore, those are the counties that we really celebrate, the counties that had a very high burden, but have made serious investment towards reducing this, the burden. Currently, as I've said, our prevalence stands at about 3.3%. 1.4 million Kenyans are living with HIV, out of whom 65% are women and 35% are men. So it is a virus that is still and disproportionately affecting women more than men, and you and I know the reasons. Among the prevalence, among women, the prevalence is 4.5%, and in men is 2.2%. Again, showing that if you made 3 people who are HIV positive, 2 are women, 1 is a man. That is what it says. About 8 counties have 50% of the HIV people living with HIV in this country. Those counties are there: Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Siaya, Nairobi, Nakuru, Mombasa, and Kiambu. However, it is not that those counties are not doing anything. In fact, those are the counties which serve as examples for the other counties to learn from as we manage this epidemic. This slide, and I don't want to belabor, if you look at if I listen to the presenters who are presenting here before, they were talking about issues that come with the elderly, issues that come with age. Today I'm going to go home and tell my children I'm not old, because they look at my gray hair and they call me old, but I've been told an elderly person is above 60. So thank you very much, Daktari, for that reassurance and making me happy today. If you look at those bars, they represent the proportions of people living with HIV. You look at the middle bars, you start looking at the years from 35, going that way, you find that the cohort that got infected with HIV 30, 40 years ago, now they're living to their 50s, to their 60s. And they're becoming a bulk of the population that is living with HIV. What does that mean? The mental issues start setting in. It means that these people have used ARVs over their lifetime, and even their body organs are now getting affected by long-term use of those ARVs. It means we have people who now are developing diabetes, we have people who are developing hypertension, we have people who are developing cancer together with HIV, the double burden of this challenge. And it's putting pressure on the health systems, it's putting pressure on individuals and families. And if you look at the death rates, whereas 73% of new HIV infections which occurred in 2023 were among adolescents and young people aged between 15 and 34. Unfortunately, 61% of the deaths last year occurred among people aged 35 years and above. So the elderly are dying more from this epidemic. This is how the people who are living with HIV are distributed in Kenya. I have said that again. Sorry, this pointer is I think it's too bright. It cannot point. But you can see the reds where they are concentrated towards the western part of Kenya, where Dr. Ogato and myself, and I'm sure a couple of you come from. But as I've said, where we before thought the virus will not present itself, I'm going to show you in a minute what's happening in those places. I'm going to show you in a minute what's happening in the northeastern lands, the northern frontier of the country, where people thought the virus would not be found. Before, for us who come from the islands of Kisii, we said the virus cannot climb the mountain from the lowlands to the hills of Kisii. But right now, if you look at the incidents in Kisii, in Nyamira, it's almost as close to the incidents in the former high-burden counties. Again, if you look at the typology of the epidemic, as in where does it occur, and you try and correlate it with the with that map. They are very closely related. But what this slide is saying, and I'll be able to share it, Bwana Moderator, is that a bulk of the country, the new HIV cases are from concentrated populations. Concentrated populations who are highly vulnerable and at higher risk. Who are these? The key populations. Key populations of female sex workers. The prevalence among female sex workers alone is almost 28%. Prevalence of HIV. The prevalence of HIV among men who have sex with men is 19%. The prevalence of HIV among people who inject drugs is 19%. That tells you, as compared to the general population of 3.3%, you must put certain interventions in those populations, in those key populations, to avoid them affecting the general populations, because they are with us. If you go to a meeting such as this of men who have sex with men, and I'm going to surprise you, and you ask them how many of them are married, almost 70% of men who have sex with men are married. 70%. And this data that we have. So you can imagine, and the prevalence is 19%. If you not program for these people, if you don't give them condoms, if you don't give them pre-exposure prophylaxis, if you don't give them lubricants, they'll carry that virus and they'll take it to their spouses. Those are facts. For us, as a program, as a response, it's not our work to judge the morality of what you're doing, but it's our work to make sure that you as an individual, you do not affect the public good of the nation and of other people by letting you spread that virus. That's why we have to care of you, to try and take care of you. If you look at the new infections, the estimated infections last year of 16,752, what I want you to take from here is that 39% of the new HIV infections among the adults, 15 plus, occurred in adolescents and young people aged 15 to 24 years. Here we are talking about population and development. So the demographic dividend that will not be harnessed by having a 16-year-old son or daughter of yours living with the virus for the rest of their lives and therefore being on treatment cannot be overemphasized or underestimated. When we move broader to 34, I've told you 73% of all the adult new infections come from this population of adolescents and young people between 15 and 34. This is the population that is either finishing school and becoming productive to the economy of the nation, and therefore we have to safeguard. If you look at the county progresses, some counties have made strides over the last decade or so, and some are actually, many counties have made strides. Some are parking, and a few are reversing. You can see the ones which are reversing, Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma, Viga, Wajir. What they have done is that they have increased the number of new infections over the last decade instead of reducing. We need to ask ourselves what's happening in those counties. In terms of knowing or keeping all the people who are living with HIV on treatment, unfortunately, we don't know where 41,000 people who are living with HIV are. They are living with the virus, but they don't know where they are living with the virus. Therefore, they are not on treatment. So they are spreading it. And I'll show you where they are found. But when we measure, one of our key targets is called the 95-95-95 cascade. That means we as a nation should know 95% of people who are living with HIV. Out of those whom we know 95% of them should be put on antiretroviral treatment. And among those who are put on antiretroviral treatment, for us to control the epidemic, 95% of them must be virally suppressed so that they can stop spreading the virus. So if you look at the 95-95 cascade, there are counties which are doing pretty poorly, and those counties are counties of Mandera. You can see Mandera. You can again see Marsabit. You can see Wajir, where the population of people who know their HIV, who are on treatment, are very few. Where are the people who do not know their status? Where are they found? Again, I said earlier, where we thought the virus was not. So you ignore, you don't test, because you think the virus ni kitu ya nywele ngumu. Look at this. Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, Samburu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo. Those are the counties where these 41,000 people are found. Persons who are living with HIV, with the virus, but they don't know their status, therefore they cannot access care. Because we say knowing your status is the pathway to entry to care. This, ladies and gentlemen, what I'll just tell you, these are age cohorts, different age cohorts. What I'm leaving with you, for you on this, from this slide, is that we are leaving children behind. If you look at the 95 cascade, most of the subpopulation cohort that is most left behind in terms of accessing treatment, knowing their status, and being virally suppressed are children. So we are leaving our young children behind, and that's why His Excellency the President committed to ending AIDS in children by 2027, about 2 years ago, and we are on a course towards that path. Unfortunately, you can see in 2023, we lost 2,607 children aged between 0 and 14 due to AIDS-related illnesses. Mother-to-child transmission, which is closely related to what I've said. Again, if you look at the counties that were hither to low burden, counties of Mandera, Wajir, Samburu, those, Marsabit. In Wajir, among 100 mothers, pregnant mothers, who are HIV positive, 33% of them will transmit the virus to their children. 33 out of 100 will transmit the virus to their children. Our national average right now is about 7.6%. We want to be at below 5% to control what we call mother-to-child transmission. So it is, we have to ask ourselves, what is it? What is happening in those? Is it culture? Is it health-seeking behavior? Is it the health facilities are not available? And we are working very, very closely with those counties to reduce that. And the reason that we have found for about 62% of the infections is either the pregnant mother is not on treatment, or the pregnant mother starts treatment but then drops off treatment. As a result, they pass the virus to their children. So we need to intervene by making sure they are on treatment. In terms of deaths, I told you 65% decline from about 58% in 2013 to 20,480 last year. We are not proud of this. We are not proud of this, fellow colleagues. You can take your phone and calculate. 20,480 divided by 345, just to know how many people we are losing in a day due to AIDS-related illnesses. A disease that we know we can prevent and we can stop deaths by keeping people on treatment. Unfortunately, I told you earlier, among the 1.4 million who are living with HIV, 65% are men. However, among the deaths that we had last year, the 20,480, 50% of those who died were men. So more women are living with the virus, but an equal number, an equal proportion of men are dying due to AIDS-related illnesses. Your guess is as good as mine as to the reasons. Mwanaume kukufa kiume. You know, you are coughing, you are being pained, you are diarrheaing. You wait to the last stage. That's when you go and seek healthcare services. And speakers before, the behavioral scientists who are here alluded to some of the drivers of the reasons towards this. This I'm not going to belabor. This I'm not going to belabor. I'm just showing you that AIDS is still a leading killer in this country. The problem with an interrupting treatment is that you are twice as likely to die when you interrupt treatment other than when you don't interrupt treatment. Let me pause on this slide because this is something that we have been doing together with the National Council for Population and Development as NSDCC and as ministries, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of the National Treasury through the State Department for Planning. Something we call the multi-layered challenge of new HIV infections, unintended pregnancies, and sexual and gender-based violence among adolescents and young people. What we are collectively terming as the triple threat. And the PS is is actually the convener of the national team. The PS Moati is the convener of the national team that is working on this. Without taking too much time, I want you to take your, I don't know if you discussed about adolescent pregnancies in the morning. Have you guys, was it discussed? Just take your calculator. There's something that I want us to do. Take your calculator. Type that number, 252,660. 252,660. Divide that number by 365. What do we get? What do we get? 692. 692 is the number of children, let me call them children, girl children aged between 10 and 19 who presented pregnant at our ANC clinics in the year 2023 per day. Per day. So every day we were seeing 692 children who are supposed to be in school presenting with their mothers at the ANC clinic in facilities across the country. Last time I checked, you cannot be pregnant by, let me use an example of Dr. Mercy. I cannot impregnate Dr. Mercy from where she's seated and where I'm standing. And there has to be a barrier in between ourselves. That barrier to avoid that virus, to avoid my sperm from going into her. What else does it prevent? The HIV virus among the other sexually transmitted infections. That is why this is crucial for us. So we came together in a whole society, whole of government approach. And we said, let us not work in silos, let us work together. So that when NCPD is addressing adolescent pregnancy, we are also there addressing issues of new HIV infections so that we can stretch this coin that we have, which has become very scarce. I'm just finishing. And then the issue of also sexual-based gender violence, which is intertwined. Actually, any form of sex with an under 18 girl is defilement, is sexual gender-based violence. You can call it, not call it another name. So I will surprise you that 50% of the SGBV cases that were reported in our health facilities last year were among children between 10 and 17 years. 50%. Those numbers are not very interesting, and we need to do something about it. So as I come to a close, what I am saying is that new HIV infections pose a development challenge to this country, which we must address, and we must address it collectively with you people in the population development space and with us in the healthcare space. Lastly, this is my last one. You have heard of the USG orders, the orders by President Trump, where funding has been cut. What has been affected? There has been a number of orders that came in January, on January 20th, stopping various interventions that were being supported by the Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS relief, restricting testing through a waiver, restricting support through a waiver to only testing, pre-exposure prophylaxis among pregnant mothers, and life-saving medications. So the support that we are getting for the orphans and vulnerable children, the socioeconomic support that we are getting for mothers who are living with HIV and forming social groups, the support we are getting for the key populations has been affected. 41,000 health workers across the country who are offering services under the PEPFAR support at a tune of about 17 billion shillings have been affected. The data management system that we were getting support for from the US people, from the US government, has been affected. So what this tells us is that our response is fragile. We are trying, of course, to mitigate. There are measures. Tomorrow we are meeting governors. We are meeting the National Parliament, both houses, National Assembly and Senate, to try and break down this data for them so that as a country we can walk the journey towards self-reliance. We can walk towards the journey of closing this tap of new infections, reducing the number of deaths, and virally suppressing the 1.4 million who are living with HIV so that they can live a healthy life and grow up their families and become economically productive just like you and I. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and may God bless you. Asante.
I think in anybody from the ministry, I want us to take a picture because we might be interrupted with the opening ceremony. Paparazzi, please. John. No, we take a picture all of us together. Just now. No, I think let's take a picture all of us together. Please, let's stand. Who is the photographer? Anybody else from the ministry? Please come and join us so that we can take one picture. depending on how we get interrupted. Good. Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah. Other members of the ministry? Yes. Yeah, please. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Please, and then yes. Yeah. We'll finish. I think the other members take their seats. Yes, you will do a presentation. Yes. The DG. Please have a seat. The other members will take a seat. We're waiting for the opening ceremony. Yeah, we can go. Yeah. Members, we shall have a statement from the DG read on his behalf. Please.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is a speech by the DG. Ladies and gentlemen and esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, representatives from various sectors, I stand before you at this pivotal Kenya Population Development Conference with great honor and a sense of profound responsibility. The theme of our conference, Navigating the Future Population Dynamic and Sustainable Development in Kenya, resonates deeply with our endeavor at the Ministry of Health and our progress towards achieving universal health care, particularly as we face the dual challenge of providing quality health services while grappling with the dwindling donor funding landscape. The commitment to achieving universal health coverage is not merely a domestic goal, but a global aspiration enshrined in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 3.8. UHC embodies the ethos of equitable access to quality essential health services and safe, effective, and affordable medicines and vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, aligned with this global vision, the African Union Agenda 2063 and the Africa Health Strategy 2016 to 2030 prioritizes UHC as a key target. Vision 2030 and the government beta transformative agenda for Kenya recognizes UHC as a fundamental component of our national development strategy. Approximately 60% of individuals in Kenya lack access to essential health services. Societal factors inclusive of pervasive poverty and gender inequality, compounded by the geographic barriers that remain significant, particularly for individuals in rural and underserved areas who often have to travel long distances to reach health facilities. Vulnerable segments of our population, that is the women, children, adolescents, the elderly, persons with disability, and marginalized communities, are disproportionately affected and perpetuate existing health inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, compounding the problem is the considerable burden of communicable diseases in Kenya, including HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis, and the emerging challenges at the moment of the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, violence, and road traffic accidents, which are responsible for 41% of reported deaths complicating for UHC landscape. Devolving healthcare services to county government has produced variable services quality worldwide, nationwide. While some counties have commendable progress in delivering health services, others struggle with inadequate infrastructure and inadequate human resources for health. We as a country continue to face shortages of health professionals, including doctors, clinical officers, nurses, and specialists. Our health work density is significantly below the recommended level, with about 1.5 to 1.8 workers per 1,000 population compared to the WHO recommendation of 4.45 health workers per 1,000 population for effective UHC delivery. Our emphasis on primary healthcare services has been paramount in ensuring healthcare is available in local communities. This strategic alignment reduces the burden on referral hospitals and enhances the overall healthcare access. Additionally, the integrating of digital health tools, telemedicine, and health records has supported greater access to healthcare information services, particularly in remote and underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya imports over 70% of the health products and technology it consumes. This means that only about 28% of our health products we consume are locally produced, further increasing the cost of healthcare provision. Despite this, the local pharmaceutical manufacturing processes the potential to increase the capacity utilization, particularly as we move towards His Excellency the President William Ruto's commitment to achieving at least 50% local sourcing of medicine listed in the Kenya Essential Medicines List. High out-of-pocket expenditure continues to be a substantial barrier for many Kenyans in accessing healthcare they need tragically. Nearly 1/3 of our population experience financial difficulties when accessing healthcare services. Out-of-pocket expenditure constitutes approximately 32% of the total health expenditure in our country, underscoring the urgent need to systematically changes to our health financing mechanism. To address, we've embarked on UHC journey dubbed Taifa Care, which I think most of you are familiar to, and to date more than 20 million Kenyans have registered in the social health insurance and are able to enjoy free primary health care services funded by our own taxes. According to the KDHS 2022, only 28.7% of Kenyans have health insurance coverage. In 2023, the government enacted the Social Health Insurance Act, followed by the Social Health Insurance Regulations in 2024. These have formed the foundation for establishment of the Social Health Insurance Fund to expand health insurance coverage, which has aimed to include informal sector workers and marginalized groups within our healthcare financing framework. Currently, only 20% of Kenyans have any form of insurance coverage, with over 85% of them covered by the social health insurance, whose coverage in the formal sector is almost universal, but only 15% in the informal sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we can point to this notable achievement towards attaining UHC, such as introducing free maternity services in 2013 and free healthcare for under 5 children. These measures have significantly enhanced access to essential services for our most vulnerable populations. We have witnessed improvements in healthcare infrastructure with initiatives focused on constructing and upgrading hospitals at the county level, increasing these facilities with equipped and modern equipment. Kenya has enacted the Digital Health Act 2023, introducing a comprehensive digital health network framework to address challenges of data availability, quality, and access. Kenya has 49 health purchasing bodies, the Ministry of Health, 47 county governments, and the National Health Insurance Fund, now SHA. Each purchaser has their health information budget, tracking, monitoring, and the SHA has its own claim submission system to monitor health providers. These reforms will allow Kenyans to leverage artificial intelligence or big data in health data analytics, improving accuracy, timeliness, and robustness critical to making informed, evidence-based decisions. Despite our achievements, we must currently address the challenges we face implementing universal healthcare. Financing remains a critical hurdle, and the World Health Organization estimates that additionally $371 billion is required globally to implement UHC. Though this figure is daunting, it's not unsurmountable by advocating for increased government budget allocation towards health, exploring innovative financing mechanism, and leveraging public-private partnership. We can mobilize the resources necessary to support this. So as I conclude, I want to reiterate our commitment to working collaboratively with stakeholders to provide accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare services towards the attainment of universal healthcare coverage in Kenya. Through our collective efforts, we can achieve health insurance coverage for all Kenyans, protecting our citizens from catastrophic health expenditures while guaranteeing them access to quality, affordable, and timely health services. Thank you for your attention, and may we continue to work together to build a healthier, more equitable Kenya. Thank you. That is a speech by our Director General for Health.
Thank you. That's a speech from our DG, and it indeed highlights key important issues. We have one more presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I know you've not had your lunch, so you must have your energies really low, and I'm very unlucky to present at this hour, but I do hope you can squeeze in a little energy to listen to me. I hope my slides will be loaded so that I can be able to speak with a background. Okay, fantastic, thank you. So my name is Dr. Mercy Karanja. I am a psychiatrist and I'm the head of mental health at the Ministry of Health. I also am the president of the Kenya Psychiatric Association. I was asked to make a presentation of the landscape of mental health in Kenya. However, I am aware that this topic has been greatly discussed by people who spoke before me, and I'll probably be repeating some of the things that they said. Please forgive me for that, just making emphasis. But I want to just clarify some things that they may not have highlighted, just so that we can understand what is happening in mental health space in our country. That will be the outline of my presentation. I may not go through word to word about everything, but as we are all aware, mental health is indeed a critical component of our overall health well-being. Even the definition of health itself by WHO includes it being physical, mental, and social well-being, and therefore we usually say there is no health without mental health. As you can see, the definition of mental health also is a state of well-being where a person is able to realize their potential, cope with normal stresses of life, work productively and fruitfully, and you're able to contribute to your community. So your well-being, mental well-being, is very essential to be able to fulfill what it is that you're supposed to fulfill in this life. And it has become a public concern all over the world. As Dr. Wesley has mentioned some of the things in the speech from the DG, there are various emerging issues in health, and mental health is indeed one of them, as we saw especially during the COVID season. Now, mental health is a global challenge, and it affects significantly quite a number of people. You can see from this presentation, WHO estimates that at least one person out of 8 lives with a mental health condition. So you can even count in this room how many you are in your row, and you see the possibility of you being a person living with a mental health condition. And over 700,000 people globally die from suicide every year. And unfortunately, suicide is the leading cause of death among young people between the age of 10 and 29 years old. The youth are disproportionately affected by suicide-related deaths, yet they are the future of our world. And mental health is associated with significant cost, as I will highlight later in my presentation. In Kenya, it is estimated that at least 1 out of 4 Kenyans at any time in their life will experience a mental illness. 1 out of 4 in their lifetime will experience a mental illness. And we have found in various studies, it is estimated that 25% of people who will be seen at any health facility at outpatient level are suffering from a mental illness, but they may come with other symptoms that do not really sound like mental illness, but it's symptoms that really a disease cannot be pinpointed. Then about 40% of those in inpatient are also suffering from a mental illness. So this is quite a heavy burden. The most common illnesses we see is depression, stress-related disorder, anxiety disorders, and substance use and alcohol use disorders. Those are the most prevalent. And suicide also being quite high. It is estimated that in Kenya, 6.1 of 100,000 in the population die by suicide. So again, quite prevalent, and again, even in our situation, it affects mostly the youth between 10 and 24 years old, and we've seen these statistics rising in our community. The unfortunate thing, as Dr. Ogato highlighted earlier, is that despite this high burden of mental illness, only about 20% of Kenyans are able, or even less than 20%, are able to access mental health services. So that's a very big gap. The economic burden of mental health in Kenya, we did an investment case in the Ministry of Health, and we found that we are losing about 62 billion shillings. That's about 0.6% of the GDP because of mental health problems. And most of these, you'd assume it's because of health-related cost, treatment cost. No, it's actually lost through productivity. That a majority of these persons, 49%, is because people are absent from work because of mental illness. 30% is those people who show up to work, what we call presenteeism, but they are not productive. And then we have losses due to premature death, as Dr. Ogato highlighted. And then only a small percentage of this cost is from direct cost or expenditure on health. So this is a significant burden, economic burden on our country from mental health related conditions. There are various factors that determine or social and other determinants of mental ill health. And a task force was set up in Kenya in 2019 by the president then to establish what are the social determinants, what is causing Kenyans to be mentally unwell. And some of the things they highlighted included socioeconomic factors. And these included poverty, unemployment, traumatic experiences, and inequality. I remember at one public hearing, Kenyans said, we are traumatized. Especially every 5 years, because of the political environment, we get re-traumatized and re-traumatized. So Kenyans highlighted that some of the reasons why they feel their mental health is not okay is because of socioeconomic factors, and traumatic experiences are part of that. There is also an environmental factor. We are dealing with a lot of issues regarding climate change, displacement, and resource scarcity. Cultural factors, some of our traditional practices that we have not yet changed have contributed to mental health problems. Stigma and discrimination also is a big issue. We've seen in schools there's a lot of bullying happening that also contributes. We've also seen in the social spaces a lot of social media bullying that also contributes. Then the healthcare system factors in especially availability, accessibility, and even the quality of care of mental health, both preventative, promotive, and curative care is also contributing because of its scarcity. And mental health is evolving globally and here in Kenya. And some of the things we are seeing, and I like the young generation because they are more woke to their mental health needs and they need to take care of mental well-being. So one of the things that we've seen in the last few years, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, is increased awareness of the need of mental health as a critical health concern. The other thing is a shift from hospitalization, institutionalization. So Dr. Ogato institution will soon become not the most important thing in mental health care but we are going towards more of community-based approaches. So we are shifting from traditional institutionalization to community-based mental health services, digital mental health solutions, the impact of global events now becoming a big determinant. Urbanization, urban living has also contributed to mental health issues. The role of technology. Technology has been found to be good and also bad for mental health because we've seen the new addictions to technology. And then we have mental health issues among the youth. This is an emerging issue. And as has been spoken here, the elderly also has not been an area of focus, but that is also an emerging issue. And of course, there's an increased strain on our environment. So the challenges we face, they may have been alluded to earlier by Dr. Ogato, but let me just repeat some of these. First is inadequate human resource for mental health. As he said, some counties don't even have psychiatrists, psychologists, and for the longest time, we've all had mental health services being delivered mostly by psychiatric nurses. There is a shift that most counties now are hiring their psychiatrists, but still, we have not even met 50% of the counties having sufficient healthcare workers for mental health. And here we are talking multidisciplinary team, not just the isolated psychiatrist. Then we have insufficient financing. 0.01% or less of the health budget is what we are spending on mental health. That is very little and it's not sufficient for the burden that we have. We have unreliable health data. And luckily, we may finally start having better data collected in our, for mental health. We have, where we have services, they're not of good quality, and we are really hoping that we can have services becoming better. The medications we have, we found that most of the lower level facilities, except for big referral hospital where we get medications and technology, they still are utilizing very old medications and treatment methodologies. Stigma is a big challenge, as well as poor governance structures for mental health, especially at the county levels. But we do have some current efforts that are ongoing and have been accelerated in the last years. One of the things that we are proud of as a country is that we have a very good legal and policy framework for mental health. We actually were able to amend our Mental Health Act, which was of 1989, and we amended it in 2022 to be aligned with the Kenyan Constitution 2010, and also to be aligned with the other global commitments that we have made as a nation, and also to be respectful of the rights of the persons with mental illness. So our act has really evolved. You may not be able to compare it with other countries, and it's something that other countries are borrowing from us. We have also seen a shift in the way some sections of the law have changed. On the 9th of January, they had the High Court ruling that criminalization of suicide actually is unconstitutional, and that therefore persons who attempt suicide should not be diverted to the criminal justice system, but rather they should be diverted to the healthcare system. That was a big win for us in the mental health space, because finally we can start looking at people who have suicidal behavior as people who need help and not criminals. We have a mental health policy and several other guidelines that are guiding implementation of mental health services in Kenya. We have robust multi-sectoral collaboration on mental health, and we've seen a lot of interest and investment in mental health with our stakeholders. And we also are embracing innovative approaches. One of the things that we are seeking to ensure that we have is provision of telemental health services, which was also brought to the peak during the COVID-19 system as a pandemic. Community-based programs, our community health promoters are also empowered to be able to screen for mental health conditions and even do brief interventions. But as I said earlier, we are moving more away from the hospitalization, institutionalization to community-based programs so that we also empower communities and families. So these are some of the documents that we have. I'll not belabor them. This is the investment case I referred to earlier. And other people said here that we need to invest in mental health. In the investment case that I referred to, when we did the analysis, what would be the benefit of the country economically if we did invest in mental health? And it was shown that if we are to invest 81 billion Kenya shillings in the next 10 years, that's roughly 8 billion per year, we'll have a double return on investment. Therefore, it is scientifically proven that investing in mental health does give return on economic investment. And anxiety, depression, investing in depression was found to be the one that has the highest return on investment. So where do we go from here? Because we are doing something, but maybe we need to do better. We need to increase funding. We need to have more investment financially in mental health for us to be able to implement all these policy guidelines and strategies that we have in place. We also need to integrate mental health into primary health care and all levels of care so that we are not working in a silo space. My colleague here from NCDSS said that they were caught unawares when the USAID funding was cut. And for us now in mental health, we are thinking integration for sustainability, and also as a way of reducing stigma towards mental health. Then capacity building and training of more healthcare workers and professionals, advocacy and awareness campaigns so that we can build resilience in our communities and we can reduce the stigma, and also embracing innovation and technology. This will help us improve access. If we have call centers, people who are in marginalized areas are able to even get help when they are far away. Then finally, also undertake more research so that it can inform policy and practice of mental health. Thank you very much, and let's work together to create a mentally healthy Kenya. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mercy Karanja. At this moment, I want to appreciate all the presenters. We are going to do 5 factorial. Means we clap 5 times 4, 3, 2, 1. May we appreciate our presenters? Thank you very much. I think I know what program I will start as a master's program, because Technical University of Mombasa is the recently approved 14th medical school in this country. And I'll be working with Dr. Mase here to see whether we can start masters in psychiatry so we can address that particular need which has just been expressed. So mine is to appreciate again Dr. Desta from Africa CDC. Do you have any final remarks to make? And we'll be making way for the opening ceremony. We'll be guided appropriately. But I want to thank you most sincerely for your tenacity. Being here as almost 2.5 hours, it really a demonstration of that you are really committed to this conference, and to really the presenters for the wonderful job you have done, and to all of us, I thank you very much for the opportunity, the organizers, for me to be able to chair this particular session. Thank you very much, Dr. Desta.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Okay, thank you for your attention. My name is Hansa Hadush. I work for Africa CDC as a national coordinator supporting the Africa CDC operations in the Eastern Africa region, focusing in Kenya. And I'm honored to be here in front of you representing the Africa CDC and to shed some light on the very important presentations made by our scholars, scientists, and I want to appreciate all the sector ministries, the government of Kenya, and partners who collaborate for this very important conference. In this issue, the Africa continent is encompassing Kenya, the Eastern Africa, as well as all regions, is experiencing a complex epidemiological transition characterized by dynamic interplay of persistent communicable diseases and growing burden of non-communicable diseases, as well as climate change challenges. The situation is further complicated by the emergence of re-emerging infectious diseases driven by co-influence of the environmental, demographic, and socio-economic factors, including poverty. Key trends of this pattern includes persistent communicable disease. Despite progress in infectious disease prevention and control in the support of all our partners, especially the HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria remains significant public health challenge in Africa, including our Kenya. Outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases, including measles, polio, and others, occur a gap of, this indicates a gap of immunization coverage, immunization efficacy, and accessibility to potent vaccines, and the issue of cold chain systems across the member states, especially the Eastern Africa region. Neglected tropical diseases disproportionately affect vulnerable populations, contributing to morbidity and disability in our continent. The emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases also include the re-emergence of this Ebola, Mpox, Marburg, and other viral hemorrhagic fever diseases are also some of the factors that are affecting this region. Factors contributing to the outbreak include climate change, deforestation, increased human-animal interaction, and urbanization are also the other factors, especially affecting our livelihoods and causing this communicable and non-communicable disease, especially non-communicable disease in particular. And the rising of the non-communicable disease is also the other triple burden. We call it triple burden because communicable disease, non-communicable disease, and the climate change is the third factor that is affecting. So that's also tripling the burden. This includes the cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetics, chronic respiratory disease, and rapidly increasing driven by lifestyle changes, urbanization, and aging populations. Mental health disorder is also the other very important factor that is affecting our livelihoods and our health, including depression, anxiety, and also becoming increasingly prevalent. The dual burden of the communicable disease and non-communicable disease places a significant strain on how our health systems, especially as we are also struggling with these recurrent outbreaks. This is also burdening our systems, overwhelming our healthcare workers, overwhelming our medical and supply chain systems. Those associated factors have been discussed by many of the researchers. That includes the climate change, urbanization, socioeconomic factors, especially poverty is the most important contributor to this, inequality and limited access to different healthcare resources, health system weakness, and behavioral factors are the most important contributing factors in this issue. When I come to the regional and national context, Kenya is experiencing a similar trend with focus of strengthening surveillance and response capabilities for emerging infectious disease and addressing the growing burden of communicable disease by integrating to the routine primary healthcare systems, not only to the healthcare systems, but also to other multi-sectoral approaches. The other regional context is the East Africa region, faces a unique challenge of related to cross-border disease transmission and the impact of conflict and displacement on health. This is also contributing. No country is safe if the country is also surrounded by countries which owns weak health systems. So this also implicates that we need to be also strong enough in addressing the regional health challenges. The other big agenda is now Africa requires a coordinated continental approach to address the complex health challenges, including strengthening regional collaboration, enhancing surveillance, laboratory, and promoting research and innovation, especially in non-communicable diseases and mental health, in coordination with the prevention and control of communicable diseases. And when I come to the conclusion, addressing emerging disease patterns and trends in Kenya, in East Africa, and Africa requires multifaceted approaches that encompass strengthening surveillance of the health systems, investing in human and infrastructure of the human resources, promoting health promotion and disease prevention strategies, practical, that addresses the health challenge, addressing social determinants of health. Health is not only a health aspect, it has all the social determinants. So researchers, actors, and different local and international actors should also address the social determinants of health so as to address these complicated challenges. Enhancing regional and international collaboration. As soon as we are experiencing some setback, especially in the global health landscape, because of the U.S. government suspension of this USAID and other fundings, we need to be also innovative enough to cope up and produce some local resources to address our challenges. The other one is also promoting One Health approach. One Health approach is also the other best solution that can address most of these challenges. This situation necessitates a proactive and integrated approach to safeguard public health and promote health and well-being of our continent. When I come to reflect some of my views, as especially non-communicable disease is common in old age people, and there are so many factors that have been discussed by our researchers, and we need to also work in addressing some of our social challenges. Nowadays, single mom, single dad are common. These are also contributing to some of the loneliness that come with some chronic illnesses. So these are all about what I can say. Thank you so much for addressing all. Thank you.
Very happy to note that we have come to the end of our session, having had those resolutions read to us by our person who has taken the notes. And mine is to officially now declare this session officially closed. And I want once more to thank you most sincerely for being here and for the contribution from the presenters. Thank you very much. I hand over to
Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. I can see smiles that say the menu was okay. Mko salama? Amjamboni? How are you? Gen Z. We are so glad to have you back for our final session for the day, where we will have our guest speakers, our hosts, leading us to the official opening of the ceremony. The choir is getting ready to usher us through the national anthem and prayers, and then we'll be hearing from our Director General, the host of Nairobi University, who is hosting us here today, and the Ministry of Treasury and Planning. So as we await for them, let us allow the choir to prepare. Thank you.
piano, piano, please.
Watesi wako wamekuzidi ndugu,
Mwachie Yesu.
wamezingira kote maisha yako,
Yeye anaweza.
watesi wako wamekuzidi ndugu,
Mwachie Yesu.
wamezingira kote maisha yako,
Yeye anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza. 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 Mwachie yote.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza. Mwachie yote.
umelemewa tatizo la magonjwa,
Mwachie Yesu.
na wenye chuki wazidi kufitini,
Yeye anaweza.
umelemewa tatizo la magonjwa,
Mwachie Yesu.
na wenye chuki wazidi kufitini,
Yeye anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Yesu
Mwachie yote.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Yesu
Mwachie yote.
mwachie Yesu ilo zigo la dhambi,
Mwachie Yesu.
atalibeba bila rushwa mwenzangu,
Yeye anaweza.
mwachie Yesu ilo zigo la dhambi,
Mwachie Yesu.
atalibeba bila rushwa mwenzangu,
Yeye anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza. Mwachie yote.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
Anaweza.
Yesu
Mwachie yote.
mwambie Yesu
Mwambie Yesu.
mwambie Yesu mwachie yeye anaweza, mwambie Yesu
Mwambie Yesu.
mwambie Yesu mwachie yeye anaweza, mwambie Yesu shida zako, mwambie akusaidie, ajua udhaifu wako, mwachie yeye anaweza,
Mwachie Yesu.
oh mwambie
Mwambie Yesu. Mwambie Yesu.
oh mwachie
Mwachie yeye anaweza. Mwambie Yesu.
oh mwambie
Mwambie Yesu. Mwambie Yesu.
oh mwachie
Mwachie yeye anaweza.
dunia nayo machafuko yamekukumba dada yangu, yuko karibu mtetezi, mwachie akusaidie,
Mwambie Yesu.
oh mwambie
Mwambie Yesu. Mwambie Yesu.
oh mwachie
Mwachie yeye anaweza. Mwambie Yesu.
oh mwambie mwambie Yesu, mwachie Yesu anaweza. Dhambi zako akachukua, mateso yako kamaliza, aibu kweli kajitwika, kwa kweli Yesu akupenda. Mwambie Yesu, mwambie Yesu, mwambie Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Mwambie Yesu, mwambie Yesu, mwambie Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Mtetezi wa wanyonge, Bwana Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Ndiye Bwana wa wajane, mwachie yeye anaweza. Bwana Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Mpe yako mahitaji, mwachie yeye anaweza. Bwana Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Ni mwepesi kukubali, mwachie yeye anaweza. Bwana Yesu, mwachie yeye anaweza. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Nchi yangu nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Tazama pori ni simba anguruma, kifaru yu sana no wikanira rutendo rumwe gururuhandara rutendo rumwe gururuhandara rutendo rumwe gururuhandara kanyangani sana no wikanira no wano wachaya katikare o katikare katikare no wano wachaya katikare o katikare muliro kubusambe no wano wachaya katikare o katikare katikare no wano wachaya katikare o katikare muliro kubusambe rutendo rumwe gururuhandara iwe rutendo rumwe gururuhandara rutendo rumwe gururuhandara Renangani sana no wikanira rutendo rumwe gururuhandara rutendo rumwe gururuhandara rutendo rumwe gururuhandara Renangani sana no wikanira no wanu wachaya katikare o katikare katikare no wanu wachaya katikare o katikare muliro usambe no wanu wachaya katikare iwe katikare katikare no wanu wachaya katikare o katikare muliro usambe no wanu wita mundo we no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo imeri wa Yesu miremeta no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo imeri wa Yesu miremeta awo miremeta miremeta awo miremeta imeri wa Yesu miremeta awo miremeta 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 imeri wa Yesu miremeta no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo imeri wa Yesu miremeta no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo no wanu wita mundo imeri wa Yesu miremeta awo miremeta awo miremeta awo miremeta imeri wa Yesu miremeta awo miremeta awo miremeta awo miremeta imeri wa Yesu miremeta Menendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha menendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii. Vijana wetu tuwaelimishe hatari za madawa ya kulevya na hasara maishani mwao. Jukumu letu wazazi tukatekeleze. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha menendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii. Jukumu letu kama wazazi ni kuwaelekeza watoto wetu na kuhakikisha menendo yao ni ya kufaa kwenye jamii. Haki ya kila mtu. Wanawake wote tuko sawa. Nasema no. Ukatili. Heshima ni haki ya kila mtu. Tuungane kupigania haki na amani. Tuache chuki. Tusimame kidete. Ukatili tutamaliza. Tuungane kupigania haki na amani. Tuache chuki. Tusimame
Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Wanaume, wanawake, vijana hata watoto. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Nguzo yetu na iwe usawa kwa kila mtu. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Tushirikiane sote, tujenge udugu wema. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Mtoto ya kesho apate malezi bora. Taifa litanawiri, tukiajibika sote. Elimu na afya nzuri ni haki yake apewe. Taifa litanawiri, tukiajibika sote. Tukatae ukatili, haki zetu tuzilinde. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Wanaume, wanawake, vijana hata watoto. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Nguzo yetu na iwe usawa kwa kila mtu. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Tushirikiane sote, tujenge udugu wema. Tusikubali dhihaka, adui wa maendeleo. Umoja wetu, the future of a nation. Kenya, the future of a nation. Udugu wetu, the future of a nation. Kenya, the future of a nation. Na uwiano, the future of a nation. Kenya, the future of a nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, makofi, makofi, makofi. Thank you very much, choir, for that beautiful opening. Nimesikia mkisema Wakenya ni sawa wote, ugali, sukuma. There's something they've forgotten that Kenyans love most. Avocado. Thank you very much. We will continue with our program now, and they will usher us into the national anthem, and then prayers, and then we will take it off from there with our honorable guests, our sponsors who have arrived for the official opening of this conference this afternoon. Asante sana. Karibuni.
We stand for the national anthem, please.
Thank you very much, choir.
Haya, choir, mnataka kuendelea? Yeah? Yeah? Mnataka kuendelea? Yeah? One, at least for the distinguished guests. Those who are not here when in the morning, yeah? Okay, sawa. Just one. How long? 1 minute? Yes. Okay. Sawa. Endeleeni.
Jameni ninalo jambo nataka ufahamu, yajali maisha ya kila Mkenya. Jameni ninalo jambo nataka ufahamu, yajali maisha ya kila Mkenya. Juhudi za serikali kuimarisha ajenda ya kubadili uchumi wa nchi. Juhudi za serikali kuimarisha ajenda ya kubadili uchumi wa nchi. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive growth. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive growth. Baraza letu la Kenya NCPD, pongezi twatoa kwa kazi nzuri. Mipango yenu kabambe inaonekana kote Kenya, tumenufaika. Kilimo kubadilika, mazao mengi, affordable housing for all Kenyans, biashara ndogo ndogo na za kati, universal healthcare for all Kenyans. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive growth. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive growth. Vijana hata wazee na kina mama, pia na mahasla watumaini. Vijana hata wazee na kina mama, pia na mahasla watumaini. Wakubwa hata wadogo bila kubagua, tutawainua maishani mwenu. Wakubwa hata wadogo bila kubagua, tutawainua maishani mwenu. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive growth. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive growth. Tunasema bottom-up economic transformation, agenda for inclusive
Wapigeni makofi. Thank you so much. The NCPD choir. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Have you had lunch? Have you had lunch? You don't look like people who have had lunch. Could you please turn to the person next to you and just say, hi, have you had lunch? They need to confirm, they need to confirm. The mood has to change. There is a mood you have before lunch, and there is a mood you have after lunch. So once again, turn to the person next to you and just say hi to them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to not just have lunch, but also to refresh. Senor, very good, very good. And we are lucky and also privileged and honored to have our distinguished guests who have come for the official opening, as we had mentioned earlier, and who are present as we speak to grace this occasion. I'm here as your MC, Norman Mudibo, but also I'm accompanied, and in this day and age of gender balance, you can see the beautiful lady next to me.
Thank you very much, Mudibo. Where are you heading to?
I'm just letting the distinguished guest know.
Have you
that,
eaten?
Yeah?
Have you eaten?
Oh yes, oh yes. I had some very sumptuous meat.
I can sense
and also
the
some
mood.
chapati. But there was no avocado. Please, next time, just make sure it is there. There was no avocado, but I'm sure it will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are eminent personalities that are going to be here. And of course, all of you are, because we are here, ladies and gentlemen, to lead the way in shaping Kenya's future, especially in matters population and how we can leverage population to do our planning, and of course, all other attendant issues that are there. Indeed, as you've heard in the different panel discussions, there have been hot discussions. We've gone round together with my colleague just to get a glimpse and also to hear what is it that Kenyans are talking about, what is it that the researchers and also other experts are sharing. And indeed, we can confirm they've been very, very insightful. They have been very informative. We continue. And of course, we have the next 2 days, or 3 days rather, to really get a feel of all that we are talking about. And of course, this is not just a talking shop. We've had also conversations with the DG here, and these conversations and whatever will come out from this, of course, we'll go into the policy space, see what is it that can be absorbed, and push this conversation forward. So it is about walking the talk. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite my colleague Isabel to continue with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mudibo. We can sense who has eaten. Probably avocado. We would like to acknowledge our partners and our sponsors, Population Council of Kenya, UNFPA Kenya, RHNK, APRHC, Zamara, Luala, SRHR, Alliance Kenya, MSI, ICRH Kenya, PS Kenya, NEPAD, SW, Faith to Action Network, and the University of Nairobi. Give them a round of applause for putting this together. And of course, our team and our host, NCPD, under the guidance of Director General Hassan Sheikh. And without further ado now, I would like to invite our auspicious guests to occupy these seats here so that they will drive the next session. So as I call out your names, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to take your seat right behind me. The Vice Chancellor of Nairobi University, Professor Margaret Jesang Hutchinson, our host, the UNFPA Country Director, Dr. Pilar de la Corte Molina, Mohammed Sheikh, Doctor, our host, Director General of NCPD, Principal Secretary, State Department of Economic Planning, Mr. James Muhatia, Timothy Gakuo, EPS. Mr. James Kamonye, representing the chairman of NCPD board. He is also a board member, Karibu Sana. And CEO of the National Council for Nomadic Education, Mr. Harun Hassan. Tafadhali musichoke kuwapigia makofi, encourage them as they come. Thank you very much. So this session we will open first with the Honorable Lady who has allowed us to be here with her team in the University of Nairobi. And I can say I am so privileged to invite her on stage because I can brag we come a long way. We have sat in my Gen Z days with her at a board where they gave youth a chance in those days. Thank you very much, Dr. Hutchinson Jesang. Welcome on stage. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for those kind words. I guess being the first one, may I observe the protocols that are in the house today. As you have heard, my name is Professor Jesang Hutchinson. I'm the Acting Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. And we are privileged to host Honorable John Badi, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of National Treasury and Economic Planning, ably represented by James Mohati, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Economic Planning, who is also here in his own right as the PS State Department for Economic Planning. General Retired Dr. Julius Waweru Karangi, the NCPD Chair of Board of Directors, and I can see a friend of mine who's also one of the Board of Directors there. Anders Thompson, UNFPA Country Representative to Kenya. Dr. Beth Kangwana, Executive Director, Population Council of Kenya. Dr. Mohammed Sheikh, the Director General for NCPB. Carol Kariuki, the CEO, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Edith Okoth, Director General, National Employment Authority. Esteemed guests, conference attendants, members of staff of the University of Nairobi, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Indeed, it's with profound honor and great pleasure that I welcome you all to this great conference of 2025 Kenya National Population and Development Conference at the University of Nairobi, taking place between today and the 13th of March 2025. Today, we gather in the spirit of collaboration and community to engage in very meaningful dialogue on issues of critical importance to our nation and to our continent. The issues that we are discussing today in terms of population and development are critical to national development. We talk about the aspirations of Kenyans to be newly industrialized by the year 2030. As a university, we desire to be globally competitive, transforming society. And in all this, the bottom line is what we used to call personnel development long time ago, but now with progressive knowledge, we realize that this is actually a human resource, a human capital. So every nation will rise only to the heights of where its population takes it. And you travel around the world, and what is the DNA for Kenya? What's the DNA for Africa will determine how far, how high we rise as a people. I would like to extend special welcome to our chief guest, as I said, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of National Treasury, Planning and Development, who will then officially open this conference. So mine is just to welcome you, but also to recognize the transformative agenda that is happening in the National Treasury amidst a myriad of challenges facing the continent, facing the country at a time such as this. And so the complexities of the economy and population dynamics is invaluable, and we are grateful for your presence and for your support today. At a personal note, I graduated from this great university in 1981, and I don't want you to calculate my age. But when we graduated and I joined the Ministry of Agriculture in charge of Trans Nzoia as the Deputy District Agricultural Officer, I was so sure that this country was going to be the Singapore of Africa. Today, we had a reunion of our class after 43 years, and we were looking back and saying, to what extent have we had the transformation in our country? And each one of them, some of them had been permanent secretaries with huge national recognition. Some of them have been governors. And we were saying that the challenges that we faced then are still also facing us. And so there is an urgent need for us to accelerate the participation of the human capital in national development. And so as we embark on this journey of exploration and discussion, we are joined by a diverse array of stakeholders, from the government reps, esteemed scholars, to members of the private sector, development partners, and the civil society. Each one of you brings in a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience that will enrich our conversations during this conference. And together, we have the power to shape the policies and strategies that will guide towards sustainable development. I'm praying that as we engage this week, that our passionometer will rise. If it was at 5, let it be 6 on the Richter scale. If it was 6, let it be 7. Let us be passionate about our country and how we can re-engage again to make this country indeed a jewel for Africa. Africa undoubtedly is home to the largest population of young, educated, highly talented, innovative, and yet unemployed youth. So it's our collective responsibility to correct the sins of omission and the sins of commission, to understand the landscape of population dynamics so that we can plan effectively for services and national development that befits a country such as Kenya. In our beloved country, Kenya, we are already witnessing telling signs of a restless young population, and it is critical that we engage with these realities in a very sober, very deliberate manner so that then we can turn the tide of our country towards improvement, towards innovation, and towards sustainable development. The current population dynamics compel us to formulate effective and inclusive policies that embrace the changing family structures, shifting fertility rates, reproductive health challenges, and patterns of migration. May I hasten to add, leaving no one behind. We must ensure that our approach to these issues is comprehensive and also responsive to the needs of our people. And as a university, may I hasten to add that for the longest while, the people thought that the University of Nairobi was an ivory tower. I'm happy to report to you that we've actually shifted, and we decided that we were going to transform so that we might be relevant for our society, relevant for our national needs. And so the kind of training that we are now embarking is one that will produce highly talented but ready to use graduates going forward. And if I had time, I would elaborate some of the strategies. I take this opportunity, therefore, to acknowledge the strong research partnership between the University of Nairobi, Nairobi's Population Studies and Research Institute, and the National Council for Population and Development. Together, we have made significant strides in synthesizing population issues through rigorous research, ensuring that vital insights are accessible to decision makers and stakeholders so that our decision-making process is guided by data, guided by robust research data that will actually inform that policy, so that then in terms of sustainable development, we are backing policy dialogues, policy engagement, and policy implementation through research and development. So as we delve into these complex discussions, let us remember that we are part of a global village. The challenges associated with population dynamics do not recognize borders, and therefore our solutions must extend beyond them. Collaborations and knowledge exchange will be key to devising innovative strategies that are informed by both local contexts and global best practices. Therefore, I invite all of you to engage actively in the discussions over the next few days on our chosen theme, Navigating the Future, Population Dynamics and Sustainable Development in Kenya. I firmly believe that there exists a strong linkage between population dynamics and our aspirations for sustainable development as communities and as a society, and together we can explore these connections to build a brighter future for our lovely nation, Kenya. Once again, welcome to the University of Nairobi. Welcome to the Kenya National Population and Development Conference. Let us make the most of this invaluable opportunity to learn, share, and collaborate. And remember, this is not a ticking of the boxes. It is a discussion with destiny. May the Lord bless each one of you and have a fruitful discussion during these few days as we dialogue on this important task. I want to thank you for your kind attention and may God bless you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jesang Hutchinson. We now open the stage to another amazing lady from the United Nations Fund for Population, the country director, Dr. Pilar de la Corte Molina. I hope I did justice to that name and did not put an axe to it. Karibu sana.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And I just want to make a clarification that I'm here on behalf of Anders Thompson, who couldn't be here today. I'm Pilar de la Corte Molina, the UNFPA Deputy Representative. And just to break the ice and explain a little bit, I always explain that my name is Maria del Pilar, then de la Corte is my dad's last name, and Molina is my mom's last name. So I'm from Spain, and that's we always keep both last names, father and mother. So just a clarification, but I understand it's a little bit challenging. Same way, it's sometimes challenging for me to spell out your last names. So bear with me if I made any mistake. So, but thanks a lot, and I really want to appreciate first the University of Nairobi for hosting this important conference. Mr. James Muhati, Principal Secretary, State Department of Economic Planning. Dr. Mohamed Sheikh, Director General, NCPD. Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Jesang Hutchinson, all the guests, all the participants, students, professors, and all of you here today with us. I would like to start commending the government of Kenya through the leadership of the National Treasury and Economic Planning and the National Council for the Population and Development for organizing this conference to deliberate on how Kenya navigates the future to attain sustainable development. Today marks exactly 5 years and 4 months after 8,300 delegates made over 1,200 commitments during the Nairobi Summit on ICPD-25, hosted by the government of Kenya, the government of Denmark, and the UNFPA, to accelerate the implementation of the ICPD program of action and finish the unfinished business. It also marks 31 years after a promise was made by 179 nations and territories to put the population at the center of development. We are also about 5.5 years away from 2030, by which time we are expected to have achieved the targets of the ICPD, SDGs, and the Kenya Vision 2030. As we look back over the years of implementation of the ICPD program of action, we are proud to see more women and girls, men and boys, benefiting from programs initiated under the ICPD agenda. We have witnessed increased access to modern family planning contraceptives from 27% in '93 to 57% in 2022. a reduction of the prevalence of female genital mutilation from 38% in 98 to 15% in 2022. A reduction in the proportion of women who have experienced physical violence from 24% in 2003 to 16% in 2022. We have also seen increased generation, availability, and accessibility of disaggregated data for decision making. Kenya has consistently conducted the census every 10 years, as well as the Kenya Demographic and Health Surveys and other surveys. But while we have made significant progress over the years, there are still critical gaps that require ongoing technical and financial support. Although we have seen a slight decline in maternal mortality ratio from 362 per 100,000 live births in 2014 to 355 in 2019, intensive work is needed to drive this number down further and achieve the SDG target. Despite some progress in addressing adolescents' pregnancy, with the rate reducing from 18% in 2014 to 14% in 2022, the decline has been minimal and stronger actions are needed to tackle this issue. We have seen a concerning drop in registration of births and deaths from 83% in 2021 to 77% in 2023, highlighting the need for improved systems and outreach. It is also crucial to create more employment opportunities for our youth to ensure a brighter future for the next generation. UNFPA is working in partnership with a wide range of stakeholders to achieve zero preventable maternal deaths, eliminate unmet need for family planning, eradicate gender-based violence and harmful practices, and ensure the availability and accessibility of population data for informed decision-making. As we engage in discussions on various population issues at this conference, the recommendations and actions we agree upon should focus on leaving no one behind, particularly women, girls, young people, and individuals living with disabilities within our borders. Finally, let me assure the government of Kenya of UNFPA's unwavering support and commitment to implementing the population development program in Kenya, particularly the ICPD commitments. We are dedicated to ensuring that population issues are at the heart of development because everyone counts. Asante sana.
She deserves another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. There is still more to be done. There are initiatives underway, and this conversation shall continue, of course, for the next hour or so, and of course, in the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to just ask Daktari Mohamed Sheikh to please come and continue with the rest of the program. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Thank you, the MC, thank you very much. I know it's after lunch, isn't it? The glucose is down, isn't it? Very good. But I want to say this, you know, the song here, that's NCPD choir. There is, our motto is, our population, our prosperity is our, what? Can we say that? Our population, our prosperity, our responsibility. Can we say that in chorus? Our population, responsibility. And that is the work of the State Department for Economic Planning. Our people, our prosperity depends on how we take our responsibility. Our PS, our chief guest, PS James Mohati, who is ably representing our CS of National Treasury and Economic Planning, Professor Jasank Hutchison, the VC Nairobi University, our board chair representative, James Kimonye, Mwalimu Harun Yusuf, who is the CEO NANOC, our EPS, Timothy Kaguo. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think, again, I know I made my remarks in the morning, but mine is just to take this opportunity first to invite the representative of our board to make remarks on behalf of the board, and then also invite, also introduce other board members. So I want to first invite Mr. James Kimonyo just to make remarks before I also proceed to invite the rest. Please, James.
Good afternoon. And happy Ramadan to our brothers in Islamic world. This is the season. Our PS, Mr. James Mwati, the Principal Secretary in the Department of Planning at our National Treasury, who is here today on behalf of the Minister also, the CS, John Buddy. But he is actually our direct boss as NCPD. I think we know this. Yeah, mine is actually to say thank you very much, the NCPD, for organizing this. And with us this morning, we are several board members, some are around somewhere, but we have Director Sige here. Just rise and say Njambo. And I'm speaking on behalf of our chairman, retired General Dr. Julius, sorry. Yeah, sometimes names can disappear. Julius Karangi, yes, Julius Karangi. I'm speaking on his behalf. He carries many titles. He is also a chancellor of Denan Kimathi University, actually. So mine is basically to say we are very happy to have been part of this very well organized conference. And I would like to thank all those participants and the sponsors. Many of them we have seen on the exhibition there. You are in here in big numbers, and we do appreciate that. Without you, probably this would not have happened. And also our staff who have organized this conference. So that's all really, is just welcome you and feel comfortable this afternoon. Thank you.
So also we have our EPS, Timothy Kago, who don't want to say anything, but also with me here is also the CEO, Nakonek, Mwalimu. You want to say something, please? Yes, you okay? So I think that's fine. I just want to recognize other colleagues who are here, but who have supported this function PS. There is Dr. Beth Kagwana. Daktari, please. Can you just say hi to the team here? There is also other members from ICRHK. Do you have here Dr. Gachangi, Professor Gachangi, PMA? Good. Prof, all right, is there. And there are many other partners, peers, who supported this function, and we want to thank them. Peers, the theme of this event is Navigating the Future, Population Dynamics and Sustainable Development in Kenya. Peers, this is just to take stock of the Kenyan population, where we are after many years of independence. PS Kenya hosted the 2019 ICPD 25 Plus conference. Last year, 2024, we celebrated the ICPD Cairo conference of 1994. PS, to take stock of that, we thought we need to have a conference to bring the academia, the researchers, and the policymakers. PS, in the morning we had a panel discussion, and we had a keynote speech from the PS State Department of Public Service and Human Capital, and we had a very fruitful, very insightful discussion of key panelists from several government agencies and also institutions of research. And also PS, we also had breakout sessions, at least 2 breakout sessions on one, no, I think there were 3, sorry. One on the youth bulge and the demographic dividend, another one on population and well-being, And the third one was on population policy. PS, also we have exhibitions, and also we have posters, presentations. PS, we have in this conference, we called for abstract, and we received more than, I think, was it 300, Catherine? We have received more than 300 applications, PS, abstracts. But because of the space, we only selected 93, and I think 72 are presenting, and the rest have converted them into poster presentation. PS, this is going to be 3 days conference, starting from today. Tomorrow, again, we are going to have, again, panel discussions together with breakout sessions. And on Thursday, which is the closing session, we are going to have the same PS. So PS, I want to take this opportunity really to thank you for your support. PS have been very supportive in issues of population and development. When other institutions were merged, he said NCPD is the principal institution that stands for population and development and should stand alone. Let's clap for our PS. Because PS, the NCPD staffs were worried that we will be merged with others. But because of you, we were not merged, isn't it? And we want to thank you for that, PS. Thank you very much. I know NCPD, there are no institutions that can do what we do. Our work is to look at population matters, analyze population issues, and advise the government. And that's why we have this conference, to make sure at least we take stock of our population and give or come with solutions toward our population matters. So with those few remarks, PS, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you and address this gathering. Tafadhali tusimame, tupige makofi PS akifika kwa podium. Apige. PS, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Good afternoon. Habari zenu. Yeah. Now, I'm here to represent the CS for National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA John Badi, who was supposed to be the chief guest today, but because of other commitments this afternoon, he was not able to make it to come. So he asked me to come and stand in for him. So I can only speak to what he has delegated to me, as much as I had, in my own capacity, thought probably I could be able to make one or two comments, but because of government protocol, I can only stick to what the CS has asked me to speak to this afternoon. So I want to start by, first of all, recognizing the Vice Chancellor for the University of Nairobi, Madam Professor Hutchison, and also appreciate her very much for her hospitality and the kindness that she has made it possible first to be able to host us, and also because of her interest in this subject of human capital and population matters. You can see she has taken her time. We have walked around with her. She's been with us. She's hosted us in her boardroom. And we want to say thank you very much, Professor. I want to also recognize the representative of the board chair, Mr. James Kimonye, who is a member of the NCPD board, and the other board members. I saw Mheshimiwa Sigei here. I think he's stepped out. And of course, Dr. Mohamed Sheikh, who is the DG for NCPD, other CEOs who are present here, and our esteemed development partners who are present, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm reading the speech of the CS. If we are to develop well-informed sustainable strategies, and then we must seek to have the right information. This is why I'm honored to join you today to officially open the Kenya Population and Development Conference. I wish to thank, through the State Department for Economic Planning, the National Council for Population and Development, which is a semi-autonomous government agency under my ministry, for organizing this important conference that brings policymakers, researchers, the academia, and other key stakeholders together to deliberate on population matters, which are an integral part of our social and economic planning. This conference comes at an opportune time when the country has started implementing the 4th medium-term plan, which is informed by the Kenya Vision 2030, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, global and regional commitments. It is my hope that the conference will bridge the gaps between the policymakers and the researchers, the private sector, development partners, and other stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides us the golden opportunity as stakeholders to discuss contemporary population issues. The global, regional, and national agenda on population and development as reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals, these are the SDGs, International Conference on Population and Development Plan of Action, this is the ICPD, the African Union Agenda 2063, the EAC Vision 2050, the Kenya Vision 2030, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda require such convergence of thought and effort. The outcome of this conference will not only realize a requirement under these instruments, but will contribute to the achievement of our national goals and aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, the demographic landscape has evolved over the past 50 years, presenting countries with varying opportunities and challenges. Developed countries are experiencing population aging and shrinking working age populations due to low fertility, while the developing countries are faced with the youth bulge and unemployment challenges arising from rapid population growth. Adjusting population and development policies is therefore increasingly becoming necessary to address these demographic shifts. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya, like many other sub-Saharan countries, continues to experience a relatively high population growth rate, which has placed significant strains on ecosystems and natural resources, social services, housing, and infrastructure, while contributing to unemployment and environmental pressures. Population issues are complex, and it is necessary to address them in a holistic manner. Over the years, the government has adopted a multi-sectoral approach to address the population challenges. As a result, the country has made significant progress in improving population and development indicators, such as in life expectancy, decline in maternal mortality ratio, as well as reduction in under 5 mortality rate and reduction in teenage pregnancy. The thematic areas identified for discussion in this conference aptly reflect the government's population and development priorities, including as outlined in our session of paper number 1 of 2023 on the Kenya National Population Policy for Sustainable Development. The policy aims to attain a population age structure that will accelerate economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya guarantees the right of every Kenyan to the highest attainable standard of health, including reproductive health care. Giving effect to this provision is the National Reproductive Health Policy 2022 to 2032 that guarantees achievement of universal reproductive health coverage to all persons in the country. The government has also demonstrated its commitment to the FP 2030 by increasing the budget allocation for FP. Ladies and gentlemen, healthcare is one of the pillars of government development blueprint as captured in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And in the Kenyan health policy of 2014 to 2030, that directs ensuring significant improvement in the overall status of health in Kenya. In addition, the Kenya Universal Health Coverage policy of 2020 to 2030 aims to ensure all Kenyans have access to essential quality health services without suffering financial hardship. Other initiatives to promote health and well-being include the Kenya National NCD Strategy Plan of 2021 to 2025-2026, the Kenya Mental Health Policy of 2015 to 2030, the National Road Safety Action Plan of 2024 to 2028, and the Health, Aging, and Older Persons Health Strategy of 2022 to 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, migration and urbanization continue to be of great concern and has implications on development planning, both at national and also at county levels. This is mainly because majority of migrants are young people aged between 20 to 24 seeking jobs and education opportunities, but the ever-increasing numbers are unable to find decent employment to be able to financially support themselves as well as their families. Kenya has instituted a sound legal and policy framework to address migration issues. This includes Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act of 2011. This is the Amendment Bill of 2023. The Kenya National Migration Policy, the Global Compact for Migration, this is the GCM Implementation Plan, and the Kenya Refugee Act of 2006. There is the Children's Act of 2022 and Kenya Diaspora's Policy of 2014. There is a Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2010, which was revised in 2012, and the National Policy on Labor Migration of 2023. If well planned, urbanization has the potential to improve access to education, health, housing, and other services, and to expand people's opportunities for economic productivity. The National Urban Development Policy of 2016 guides policymakers and devolved functions in responding to the urban development challenges. The vision of the policy is to have secure, well-governed, competitive, and sustainable urban areas that contribute to the realization of the broader national development goals articulated in the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the Kenya Vision 2030. While recognizing that some counties have developed spatial plans to respond to these emerging issues, there's need for all counties to accelerate measures to address rapid urban expansion. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is experiencing multifaceted effects of climate change, including increased frequency and severity of droughts, unpredictable rainfall patterns, and rising temperatures. These environmental changes have far-reaching consequences for human health, natural resources, and overall well-being of communities, particularly among vulnerable populations such as children and pregnant women. To mitigate the challenges of climate change, the government developed the sessional paper number 3 of 2016 on National Climate Change Framework Policy, which aims to enhance adaptive capacity and resilience to climate change and promote low carbon emissions. The government of Kenya also enacted the Climate Change Act 2016 to guide the mainstreaming of climate change adaptation into sector planning, budgeting, and also the implementation processes. Ladies and gentlemen, the significant role of science, technology, and innovation in addressing population issues cannot be understated. The science, technology, and innovation, or the STI tools such as Geographic Information System, this is the GIS, advanced data analysis techniques, remote sensing, digital sensors platforms, and modeling software facilitate better understanding of population dynamics and enables monitoring of demographic trends and promotes informed decision-making through easy accessibility of population data. The leverage on innovation, Kenya has transformed the science, technology, and innovation sector through adoption of the ST&I Act of 2013 and the STI policy of 2020 to 2030 that aims to mainstream science, technology, and innovation in all the sectors of the economy through targeted investments. Ladies and gentlemen, gender-responsive policies and programs, as well as laws, ensure that the needs of men and women, boys and girls, are addressed in all sectors of our country's development process. Article 27(8) and 81B of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides for the state to put in place measures for the implementation of the gender principle that ensures at least a third of each gender in all elective and appointive posts. The Sexual Offences Act of 2006 and the Employment Act of 2007, among others, ensures equality in addressing the gender challenges that hinder full participation in development. The Children Act of 2022 protects children's rights, including provisions and addressing child marriage and female genital mutilation. Adolescent pregnancy and childbearing negatively impact the economic growth of our country due to poor socioeconomic outcomes such as school dropout, lost productivity, and intergenerational transition of poverty. To mitigate against these challenges, the government, through the 2020 National Social Reentry Guidelines, facilitates and formalizes teenage parents' reentry into learning institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenyan's resource is its people, particularly skilled youthful population who can significantly contribute to national development. The harnessing of the demographic dividend from the youthful population can catapult the country's development. Young people who are custodians of the future can be at the forefront of social transformation if provided with quality education and high potential work environment. The revamping of the technical and vocational institution is aimed at improving skills and competencies that enhance opportunity for the young to positively engage the work environment. The Kenya Youth Development Policy of 2019 was developed to give youth equal opportunity as other citizens, to realize their fullest potential and productively participate in economic, social, and political, cultural, and also religious life. Programs such as the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Projects, the KKYEOP, were initiated to improve youth employability and assist in job creation. In addition, the National Employment Authority Act 2016 was enacted to provide for a comprehensive institutional framework for employment management to enhance employment promotion interventions, to enhance access to employment for youth, minorities, and the marginalized groups, and for also connected purposes. To ensure meaningful participation by youth in entrepreneurship, the government came up with access to government procurement opportunities. This is the ACBO, which facilitates enterprises owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities to be able to participate in government opportunities. Further, the National Youth Service was restructured in 2013 to equip young people with skills to participate in the country's development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference offers an opportunity to enhance knowledge and awareness of the population challenges we face today, share new approaches and best practices that can inform policy and program development aimed at enhancing the quality of life for our population. I therefore wish you all fruitful deliberations in the quest for new insights to inform the national development agenda. With these remarks, it is now my distinctive honor and pleasure to declare this conference officially open. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Let me hand over to the MC, but we will have a group photo, I think, of the team here. So I think the cameramen and the ladies to be here. Let's have a group photo. Dr. Bet.
Asanteni sana, thank you very much, sir. And we would like to release our guests. Let's have the photographers do the photo.
Okay.
So there is a present here. Somebody is meant to receive a present.
This is on behalf of the CS. This is the Kenya pyramid at the moment, 2025. So you can see the base is large, the middle is a bit protruding, and up there the apex is very small. So we have a small elderly population, the youth are there bulging, but also the children are also very many. So this one is under your shoulder to lead this country, and this is the pyramid you are carrying, PS, on behalf of the CS.